विक्रमादित्य
नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल। ये चुनाव राणा साहब के नाम पे लड़ा गया है और इस चुनाव में रानी साहिबा की वजह से जीत हुई है। हम चाहते हैं प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री रानी प्रतिभा सिंह जी हो।
तो तब तक आप यहाँ से नहीं उठेंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं उठेंगे।
You can see even they don't accept Vikramaditya as a cabinet minister. They say this is something that the Vadras legacy don't deserve. They deserve much more from a cabinet, and in fact they are demanding that Pratibha Singh should be the chief minister and Congress should take their decision back and announce Pratibha Singh as a chief minister. Otherwise these protesters will continue their protest here itself and they'll start the hunger strike. Cabinet minister बनाया विक्रमादित्य को, आप विक्रमादित्य को कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर बनाया है, वो भी मंजूर नहीं।
उस चीज में हमें खुशी है, पर हमें मुख्यमंत्री हिमाचल का नेतृत्व रानी साहबा के हाथ में चाहिए।
So only one single demand that Chief Minister Pratibha Singh should be the Chief Minister. Congress has to take their decision back. We continuously see the situation, what all is happening here. Basically, the situation has turned into creating more problems for the Congress party, especially for the observers and even the High Command as well. Though the moment news came out, Shavan, that is the point. Why I was saying that the Congress is in much hurry, that before creating other problems after the announcement of Sukhwinder Sukhu as a chief minister, they are immediately starting the process of the oath ceremony. And in fact, this has all happened. The minutes have passed. The announcement of information of Sukhwinder Sukhu came out that he is the chief minister stamped by the High Command. This all has started happening. Even from yesterday, these protesters, the same protesters were outside the office yesterday as well. So you can see the visuals as well, that how they are sitting, they are standing, they are raising the slogans. They all are in one line that the chief minister should be Pratibha Singh. The protest is still continued. They are very much adamant. They are saying that it was the leadership of Pratibha Singh in which Congress party has got the clear mandate with 40 seats, and that is the reason she deserves the chief ministership of state. So this is how the situation is panning out in a very sensitive mode, and even the High Command has already stamped the name of Sukhwinder Sukhu. This is the situation of the Congress party. First to select the name of the chief minister, and even after announcing the name of the chief minister, the situation turned more worse for the Congress party. The observers are still inside. It is already 5:10, and in fact the CLP meeting has been conveyed at 5 p.m. But now again the protesters are gathered outside. They have blocked the way, they have blocked the gate of the hotel where observers are staying, and even the CLP meeting is getting delayed. So that is the thing. You can see, I must say my cameraman to pan out the camera to see. On one side there were supporters of Sukhwinder Sukhu who were celebrating that Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu has been announced. But on other side, these are the Pratibha Singh camp who is not accepting Sukhwinder Sukhu as a chief minister. So this is all happening in the Congress party outside the hotel where observers are staying. Over to studio.
Well, in fact, this is turning out to become once again a major embarrassment for the Congress party. What appeared to be a settled matter only goes on to reflect that all is not well within the Congress camp, with sloganeering intensifying. Sukhwinder Sukhu's supporters, who were jubilant a short while back, saying that a common man has now been elected as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. On the other hand, Pratibha Singh essentially harping on the fact that this was a victory in the name of Veerbhadra Singh, her late husband and the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. In fact, the same sentiment was also echoed by her son Vikramaditya Singh. But it turns out that Pratibha Singh was out of the race primarily because, one, she does not enjoy the support of the majority legislators. Second, her performance in the Mandi district has not been up to the mark, given the fact that several of the legislators from Mandi district lost the election, and that hasn't really gone in favor of Pratibha Singh. Also, what perhaps cannot be underplayed is the fact that a statement that was made by Pratibha Singh, which was largely perceived as an anti-Gandhi statement, perhaps could have also worked against her. Many say that while Vadras Singh was a staunch loyalist, Vadras Singh and his family members haven't been very subservient to the Gandhi family. Sukhwinder Sukhu is largely viewed as a close ally of Rahul Gandhi, a close aide rather, and Sukhwinder Sukhu also does not have any serious allegations levelled against him, unlike in the case of Pratibha Singh. Sukhwinder Sukhu appears to be a person with a clean slate. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground, largest team covering every development that's taking place in the hill state. If Amandeep is with us right now, we'll try and go across to him to get a sense of what's really happening, because what we are staring at right now is perhaps only one section. That's the Pratibha Singh's supporters who are blocking the gate of the hotel where the Congress observers are present. In fact, the CLP meeting should be underway at this point in time, and once the CLP meeting is over, a final statement would be made by the Congress party, an official announcement that is likely to be made. But sources essentially indicating that in all likelihood the stamp would be on Sukhwinder Sukhu's name, and the Deputy Chief Minister in all likelihood could be Mukesh Agnihotri, who is the outgoing CLP leader, and there is a high possibility that Vikramaditya Singh would be part of Sukhwinder Sukhu's cabinet. We'll try and go across to our reporters to get you the latest details on the story that's developing, and it's turning out to become another embarrassment for the Congress party. This after managing to secure a mandate of this nature, and the fact that it only goes on to indicate that people have reposed their faith on the Congress party, hoping that they would be bringing about the much needed change in the state of Himachal Pradesh. But hours after the results came in, we've seen, typical to the Congress party, factionalism and indiscipline of the Congress workers. They're openly now pitting against each other. All these scenes that you're seeing are outside the hotel where the Congress observers are present. Let me bring in my colleague Amandeep right now. Amandeep, just take us through the details that you're picking up. Has the CLP meeting already begun? And if so, then for how long is it expected to continue?
Well, the mood of the protesters are very aggressive, Dhawan, and it seems to be like they are not going to vacate this place until the time the gates were blocked. The observers and Pratibha Singh and even other leaders cannot come out from the hotel and cannot go for the CLP meet. And in fact, there they will announce the formal announcement will be made to all the MLAs that Chief Minister would be Sukhwinder Sukhu, Deputy Chief Minister Mukesh Agnihotri, and Cabinet Minister Vikramaditya. And after that formal announcement, further process will be followed. But till the time this protest is here, protesters remain sitting outside the gate of hotel where observers are staying. They cannot come out. This process cannot be moved ahead. So you can see they are in mood. They wanted to convey this message to the Congress High Command that to reconsider your decision and announce Pratibha Singh as a Chief Minister. This decision is basically taken by the Congress High Command, and even after holding several discussions with the MLAs and the party workers as well. But after the announcement, the impact is all here. A negative impact on the Shimla ground, that Pratibha camp is all here protesting, speaking against Sukhwinder Sukhu. They are not accepting Sukhu as a chief.
Amandeep, I'll just request you to stay on. Amandeep, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let me also bring in our political editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who's joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, what's really worked in favor of Sukhwinder Sukhu? And secondly, if at all they go ahead with Sukhu's name, is there a high possibility that that's going to lead to more factionalism within the Congress party? We'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya in a short while from now to bring in the much needed perspective on the story. But let's just quickly go back to the ground where Amandeep is getting us the latest details. I'm told Aishwarya is joining us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, with Sukhwinder Sukhu.
Observers are coming out.
We'll try and go across to Amandeep.
Amandeep, see in a full security. The protesters are one side, and in fact, you can see Rajiv Shukla, Bhupesh Baghel, and Bhupinder Singh Hooda. They all were moving towards the Vidhan Sabha where the CLP meeting will take place. And you can see the visuals. They have full security, heavy police deployment, and in fact, they have blocked at the one side. They were not allowed to cross the human chain that was made by the police to clear the way of the observers. And in fact, you can see here is the car they are moving towards. This Vidhan Sabha.
Absolutely. At this moment, you can see it's mayhem on the streets of Shimla yet again, and it shows what's actually the situation within the Congress party. That as soon as the information through our sources came in that Sukhwinder Sukhu is going to be the next chief minister of Himachal Pradesh, it's chaos, it's mayhem. It's actually the senior leaders, the sitting chief minister of Chhattisgarh, former chief minister of Haryana, and a senior member of parliament, Rajiv Shukla, are being heckled there. It's because there is no clarity, because the Gandhis have yet not taken a call, and because the cadre is not listened to. The cadre, which has for once has successfully defeated, and I repeat, for once has successfully defeated the BJP's election machinery, though by a mere 1%, but they want that their voice should be heard. It should be their leader as the chief minister, but at this point of time it feels as if the fight is still on, the tussle is on the streets, the chaos which normally happens within the political parties prior is right now happening post the elections, because the leader is being chosen not by the CLP but by the Gandhi and the Vadras faction, and the result is out there. Chaos and mayhem on the streets of Himachal Pradesh in Shimla, where not one but three senior leaders of the Congress are right there, and chaos continues. It's on our screens right now. Our colleague Amandeep is right there trying to show that what exactly is happening there on the streets of Himachal Pradesh.
Well, let me also bring in Amandeep once again. Amandeep, it appears that the Congress observers are leaving from the hotel, Cecil Hotel in Shimla. They are heading towards the Vidhan Bhavan. By what time are we expecting the announcement to come in?
Pratibha Singh is here, Shavan. Pratibha Singh is here, and you can see the visuals. Even the cavalcade of Pratibha Singh. They are standing in front of the car. They are not allowing the car to move ahead, and they are continuously raising the slogans. You can see this extremely tense situation. Protesters are very much adamant. They won't allow a car to move, and in support of Pratibha Singh, they wanted her to be the chief minister of Himachal Pradesh. You can see the visuals. The car is completely surrounded by the camp of Pratibha Singh, and in fact they are trying to press the demand that Congress High Command should reconsider the decision and announce Pratibha Singh as a Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. This is all happening. They have no objection to Mukesh Agnihotri that he is announced as a Deputy Chief Minister. They are extremely happy that Vikramaditya has been announced as a minister. But they wanted that Pratibha Singh should be the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh and the legacy of Veer Bhadra should be followed. And even they don't allow the cavalcade of Pratibha Singh to move ahead to reach to the Vidhan Sabha to participate in the CLP meet where the formal announcement will be made by the observers and the decision of the Congress High Command regarding the Chief Minister will be delivered to all the MLAs in the CLP meet. But they won't allow to move the car ahead. You can see this completely surrounded by the camp of Pratibha Singh. A heavy police deployment. They are trying to clear the way. They are trying to clear the way, but they are so adamant that they won't allow anyone. They don't allow anyone to move ahead just because they are wanting that Pratibha Singh should not participate in that meet, in that CLP meet where the formal announcement of Chief Minister will be made by the Congress observers and decision of High Command will be announced and delivered to the Congress party. You can see an extremely tense situation. And in fact, this was very much expected. Wherever, even if we talk about Punjab, even if we talk about Maharashtra, even if we talk about Goa, even if we talk about Rajasthan, wherever this Gandhi family intervened, they tried to intervene into the party decision. This all happened. And even if you just remember what happened in Punjab when Captain was pulled down, Navjot Singh Sidhu up, and in fact a huge conflict in the Congress that is still prevailing. And this is all happening on the ground of the Shimla as well. Just because Himachal and the Punjab Congress party politics was on the similar lines. Captain is also from the Punjab province, and in fact Veer Bhadra family is also from the Shimla province. Budsher province, and they both are holding the fort of the Congress party in their respective states. And in fact, all of a sudden when the decision came out that after several years they have just brushed aside to these senior leaders who contributed from the time of Sonia Gandhi, from the time of Manmohan Singh, and their loyalty has been brushed aside. This is the impact of that. They are highly disappointed, and even their protesters are aggressive. The camp of Pratibha Singh is quite aggressive, and they won't allow High Command to take such decision in such a manner where legacy of late Shri Veer Bhadra Singh will be brushed aside. We will try to move ahead from the car to look out the situation, but all is happening ahead this also, just because Shavan, this situation is very much expected. And even after the results, it was expected that if Congress came into the power, the Chief Minister, decision of the Chief Minister would be the most difficult part for the Congress party. And now, when they have announced the Chief Minister, so this is a difficult part, that how to deal with the camp of Pratibha Singh. And just because they want that the family should hold the fort, the family should hold the top post of the state. And even these protesters are raising the point that it was the leadership of Pratibha Singh who was heading the Congress party in state, and she was the one who was campaigning by foot in the entire state, and under whose leadership Congress got the mandate for the 40 seats. And now when there is a time to announce the Chief Minister to give the credit of this win, they have brushed aside, and all of a sudden Sukhwinder Sukhu is here, and even they are also raised the slogans against Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as well, that they won't accept Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as a Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. And even they are trying to justify their statement that Sukhu is not the one who actually roam around the state and campaign for the Congress party. It was Pratibha Singh who was the one on her foot the entire campaigning. During entire campaigning, she has given the full time to the Congress party, not only in Shimla, not only in rural Shimla, not only in Mandi, everywhere, each and every, on all 68 seats, she has done a lot of hard work for the Congress party and had a major contribution to make the Congress win in Himachal Pradesh. The situation is entirely very grim here. It is Congress in a very tight position, that how to go, where to go. And this protest, the voices of these slogans are reaching to the Congress High Command as well. that when the decision has been taken by the Gandhi family, this all is expected in every state. Whenever they try to intervene into the issues of the states, this all is very much expected, and this is happening. And several examples has already been out from several states, but still they don't stop. They don't stop intervening into the affairs. They are basically they gave Pratibha Singh as a chief of Congress party and the higher responsibility of the Congress party when Congress was sitting in the opposition. And now when Congress has made the clear cut to make the government, Pratibha Singh still as a Congress chief, and in fact her son is cabinet minister. So all the people wanted the chief minister should be Pratibha Singh, and even it was Veer Bhadra's legacy to which people of Himachal Pradesh had voted, to which people of Himachal Pradesh supported the Congress. Over to studio.
Well, that's the latest now coming in from outside the Vidhan Bhavan, where the CLP observers, the Congress party observers are present. In a short while from now, the announcement likely to also take place. On your screens right now, latest images of Pratibha Singh. In fact, her supporters have been camping outside the Congress office, sloganeering, saying that Pratibha Singh should be made the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. This at a time when sources essentially indicating that she is already out of the race for two reasons. One, she does not enjoy the support of all the legislators, and secondly, her performance in the Mandi district hasn't been up to the mark. Two primary reasons for her being out of the race. In fact, it appears that Sukhwinder Sukhu is likely to become the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. Along with him, the Deputy Chief Minister could be Mukesh Agnihotri, and there is also a possibility of Pratibha Singh's son, Vikram Aditya, making it into the cabinet. What's really going to happen in the next few hours is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because an official confirmation yet to come in. Staying with these latest visuals that are coming in. Getting in some more breaking news right now. We've now accessed the CCTV grab where the blast took place in Tarantaran police station. Let's take a look at the CCTV. In fact, the CCTV has also grabbed the audio the moment the explosion took place. Well, let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran, who is joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, just take us through the details that you're picking up. The CCTV footage that has now been accessed, it shows the explosion that took place, the audio that has now been grabbed. What more details are you picking up?
See, Shavan, right now we are at the spot where this explosion has taken place. See, this is the place where the explosion has taken place, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to move 180 degree to show you the place from where the CCTV has been taken. That is the lane from where the CCTV footage has been grabbed, and the intensity of the blast, you can imagine that how loud it was. The bang that can be heard in the CCTV that was taken at the third house of this lane where the CCTV actually was placed, and from where the police has got these grabs of the intensity of the blast that has taken place. 125 Russian made launcher was used to fire this RPG shell inside, and possibly this was the place, Shavan, that area which comes from the Amritsar and heads towards Bathinda. This is the place from where these terrorists, they had aimed at the center, because this is the area from where they were possibly aiming to enter inside the that door of the Sanj Kendra. Actually, they were assuming it to be the part of the police station, but the police station has been divided into two parts. So this is the Sanj Kendra, which is inside the premises of the police station Sarhali, and this is exactly where that RPG shell landed. The CCTV footage is clearly shows that how loud this bang was, how impactful this blast was that has taken place at around in the morning, in the wee hours. That attack has taken place, and now some more CCTV footages are being scanned by the Punjab police so as to find out that if they can get some information on the terrorists who carried out this act of terror.
Well, thank you very much, Gursamran. We'll be coming back at 6 p.m. with this more details of the investigation that is underway, and now the exclusive that we've got, the CCTV footage. Shifting focus now to the CLP meeting that's at
नारे जो लग रहे थे,
जो एंटी पार्टी नारे लगे हैं बाहर, उसके बारे में क्या कहना है?
Let me also bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's joining us on this broadcast. Amandeep, you're getting in some more breaking news. Let's put that out right now. You're saying your sources are indicating that there could be a high drama inside the CLP meeting where Pratibha Singh, in all likelihood, is going to register her protest as far as Sukhwinder Sukhu's name is concerned.
Well, absolutely, Shavan, absolutely. The information we are picking up from the camp of Pratibha Singh, and in fact, this information is that now inside the CLP meeting, high drama is expected. The MLAs from the Pratibha camp, they will raise the voice against the decision of the High Command for appointing Sukhwinder Sukhu as a Chief Minister. And in fact, this has been a very major part. I mean, the election crossed, mandate came, and there was so much tussle while deciding the Chief Minister. But now when the formal announcement is all set to take place in the CLP meeting in Vidhan Sabha here in Shimla, and in fact now the MLAs are communicating to each other that they will raise the voice inside the meet against this decision of the Congress party, and even they will try to put their word that legacy of late Veerbhadra Singh's family should not be ignored. This kind of information we are getting in, and even this entire episode is likely to escalate. I want my camera person to show you the visuals of Pratibha Singh, how supporters are accompanying her cavalcade to the Vidhan Sabha. She they came down all the way from the hotel to the Vidhan Sabha, and in fact along with the car of Pratibha Singh to show the support and to raise the voice. Till now the next step is that when observers will formally announce and deliver the decision to the Congress MLAs regarding the Chief Minister Sukhwinder.
Live and telling us exactly what is now going to happen, because there is all-out chaos in Shimla. The observers sent by the High Command are on the roads. The supporters of the various leaders who feel aggrieved, those who feel happy, have surrounded them. We also saw Pratibha Singh a short while ago surrounded by her supporters. There is all-out chaos and implosion in the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. Sukhwinder Sukhu is apparently the choice of the Vadras Congress, but that has not gone down well with the supporters of Pratibha Singh, who are in open rebellion, who are in open rebellion.
लगता है कि मेरे सपोर्टर्स भी नारे लगाएंगे कि हरीश नाथों को मुख्यमंत्री बनाओ, पर मुझे पता है कि मैं किस लेवल का आदमी हूँ और किस लेवल तक मेरी वो है। हम फर्स्ट टाइमर है, वो अलग बात है, पर लेकिन जो सपोर्टर्स है, सपोर्टर्स को कौन रोक सकता है? सबकी भावनाएं होती है, और सबकी भावनाएं जब बाहर आती है, उभर कर आती है, तो ज़रूर थोड़ी देर के लिए एक रोष होता है या कुछ अपने नेता को आगे हर आदमी देखना चाहता है। तो अभी जो CLP लीड अभी मीटिंग होनी है, जो उसमें डिसाइड होगा, फिर उसको सबके लिए मान्य होगा। आई एम नॉट एबल टू कमेंट ऑन इट, क्योंकि अभी मीटिंग तो शुरू हुई नहीं है, अभी तो लोग आ ही रहे हैं। आज आपको पता है शिमला शहर पूरा जैम हुआ है, जब कुछ लोग ट्रैफिक में हैं, तो जैसे फ्री हो जाएंगे सब लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और मीटिंग सभी अटेंड करें।
The Congress party, its cadres and its leaders are now awaiting the CLP meeting, where all of this will likely come to a head. There is a protest ongoing on the streets by the supporters of Pratibha Singh, who are aggrieved that their leader, whom they say and call Rani Sahiba, has not been selected as the chief ministerial pick. Instead, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is the choice of the Vadras Congress, it appears. However, at the CLP meeting, it is possible that both sides will place their points of view forward, or the aggrieved party, the Pratibha Singh camp, will place their point of view forward. And gauging by what we have seen so far, it is more than likely that things could turn quite fractious within the Congress party. It was just yesterday where we had seen similar scenes where at a key meeting the different factions had been sloganeering for their choice leaders, and at that time, however, despite all of that, the Congress party had decided that they would entrust the High Command with making this choice. Amandeep is still with us amid all the chaos over there in Shimla. You can see him on your screens. Amandeep, where is the action now shifting? Is it at the CLP meeting venue? Are all the protesters going there? If you can hear us, tell us what you see around you and what's happening.
Well, Ankit, we have reached, the cavalcade have reached and the protesters have reached outside the Himachal Vidhan Sabha. I can show you visual, the gate of Himachal Vidhan Sabha, the gate, the protest happening from the Pratibha Singh's camp. So this is the entire ground reality, what all is happening in Shimla after the High Command decided to announce Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh side of the Congress party. But unrest has been created. Here you can see the visuals, they are quite aggressive. They are not accepting the decision of the High Command as well as the Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu. क्या आप लोग जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, एक ब्लॉक करके रखेंगे क्या? ये गेट आप ब्लॉक करके रखेंगे?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
ये प्रोटेस्ट आप हाई कमांड तक आवाज पहुंचाने के लिए
लोग की आवाज को दबाया नहीं जा सकता, गला घोटा जा सकता। जो विकास स्वर्गीय राजा वीर सिंह हिमाचल प्रदेश में की है, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, मैं कहता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हॉली लॉज को मिली।
You can see
in the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities.
Viewers, welcome. There has been a terror attack possibly last night in Taran in Punjab. A police station was targeted. We've been following the story all day, and just a short while ago we accessed the first CCTV visuals of the moment that the attack took place. We also now know that the NIA teams are at the location, and also at the location is Gursimran, who has been reporting for a couple of hours now from there. Let's go across to Gursimran. There he is. Gursimran, the NIA team has also joined the probe there. What more can you tell us? What is currently happening? What are you finding out?
Yes, Ankit, right now we are outside the place, the police station which was attacked using the RPG, and now the teams of the National Investigation Agency are here at the police station Sarhali in Taran. 2 officials from the National Investigation Agency, they have arrived here at the spot. I'll request Sarjivan to show you both officials. One is taking the review here and other one is inside the place where the attack has happened. So 2 senior officials have arrived possibly from the national capital today to take a stock of the situation. I'll request Sarjivan to keep the visuals with the NIA officials that are here at ground, and they are being briefed by the officials of the National Investigation Agency about the developments that have taken place. It is important to mention that the Europe Park link has also emerged so far, and the teams of the NIA are looking into every possible angle. First, they have gone to meet some of the senior officials of the Punjab police, as ADG Intelligence is also here in the Taran along with the district chiefs, and now we are told that after getting the update on the investigation that has been carried, they are here to visit the spot to ensure that they also have the first-hand information about what has unfolded last night when this RPG attack has taken place. Minutes back we have shown you the CCTV in which it can be clearly seen that how loud it was. This clearly shows the intensity, and they are also speaking to the officials of the bomb disposal squad. These are the officials of the bomb disposal squad of the Punjab police, which are sharing the details about what has been was inside that RPG shell that landed from outside using the Russian-made 125 mm launcher, and they are now trying to get some information that how it landed, because BDS, the bomb disposal squad of the Punjab police, was the first respondents to the attack that has taken place today morning. They reached here at around, we are told 2 to 3 was the time when they reached here, and since then they were privy to the developments that are taking place. All the senior officials from the agencies, they are taking part here, and we are speaking to some of the officials also, what they are trying to say, that how things are moving. We have seen how the Pakistani hand has emerged, and also the Europe angle in which Satta was named, the gangster Satta, who is a close associate of Harvinder Rinda, sitting in Pakistan, managing all this menace in Punjab on the behest of the Pakistani ISI. Now these officials of the National Investigation Agency are carrying out a thorough probe so as to ensure that they too have on-ground details, and this case, however, has not been handed over to NIA, but the agency is carrying out parallel investigation as they are probing the Mohali RPG case. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, more after this short break.
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institutions. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that
हिमाचल प्रदेश में जिस वक्त
जिस वक्त बुरा वक्त था, रानी प्रतिभा सिंह को एमपी के लिए आपने जबरदस्ती खड़ा किया, कोई खड़ा नहीं हो रहा था। उन्होंने अपनी सीट भी जिताई, 3 सीटें और जिताई उपचुनावों में। और आज जब हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस रानी प्रतिभा सिंह की अध्यक्षता में सत्ता में आई है, तो इतना वक्त क्यों लगाया जा रहा है? उनको तुरंत घोषित किया जाए मुख्यमंत्री। और आने वाले
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals.
उन्होंने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई है और विधायक दल की बैठक अटेंड करने के लिए हम जा रहे हैं और अभी 5 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक होगी। क्या हाई कमांड ने डिसीजन किया है मुझे इस बारे में अभी कुछ मालूम नहीं है और मैं अगर कुछ मालूम होगा मैं आपको जरूर बताऊंगा। इसलिए मुझे आपसे मेरी अनुरोध है कि
विधायक ज्यादातर आपके समर्थन में, आपकी बॉडी
सारी कांग्रेस और सारी कांग्रेस मेरे प्रतिभा सिंह और मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जी के सबके समर्थन में।
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities.
One man was killed after a massive fire ravaged a shopping mall in Moscow's northwestern outskirts on Friday.
Chennai cyclone Mandus had made a landfall around early in the morning today. A lot of damage has happened. 1 or 2 building had collapsed, poles and trees that is also uprooted and fallen down.
8-year-old boy Tanmay has now passed away. He was stuck at 400 feet deep borewell in the Manvi village of Madhya Pradesh.
Police station 30 kilometers from India-Pakistan border targeted by a terrorist movement of blast caught on CCTV. Republic exclusively accesses evidence of Pakistan role as probe reveals shells were made in Pakistan.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में।
Second major attack in 7 months, where police personnel are targeted. BJP and Akali Dal takes on Man government over security. After days of huddle, Congress finalizes Sukhwinder Sukhu as Himachal Chief Minister despite the opposition by Veerbhadra family. Angry over Sukhu being chosen, Pratibha Singh supporters staged massive protest outside the Congress office in Shimla. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching the councillors, shares evidence, says will approach the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Hello and welcome. You're watching the Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. We're starting with that story that we have been tracking through the day. The explosion that took place in Taran. Republic has now accessed exclusive CCTV footage of the moment of the blast that took place in Taran. Video shows splinters at the blast site and a loud bang that can be heard. Remember, this is a CCTV footage with the audio capturing facility, and that is the reason why that loud bang can be heard. In fact, we're going to play that out in a short while from now. On your screens right now, 3 sets of videos that are coming in. One of the rocket launcher. We'll come to the details of the rocket launcher and also the moment of the blast. And as we speak right now, the National Investigation Agency is also at the spot. So let's first begin with that exclusive CCTV footage that has now been accessed by my colleague Gursimran. Let's take a look at it and also hear that loud bang that took place. We'll stay full frame with that CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV as I also get in my colleague Gursimran. We'll specifically focus on that CCTV footage and then we'll also go across to some more breaking news. We'll stay full frame. Only channel to have now accessed the CCTV footage the moment the blast actually took place. Gursimran, we're playing out the CCTV footage that has been accessed by you. This is the third attack on the police establishment in just about a year. That has also raised some very serious concerns. This is very close to the border where such an incident has actually taken place. So while we stay with those visuals, take our viewers through the details that you're picking up. When did the explosion take place? What is the nature of the explosion? And what is it that the police are saying at this point in time? We'll stay with the full frame of the CCTV footage.
Sishavan, this was at around midnight when this explosion has taken place, and we have got the visuals, this CCTV footage with the audio that clearly shows that how powerful this blast was, the intensity of the blast, this loud bang explains itself. And right now as we speak, the officials from the National Investigation Agency as well as the Forensic Science Directorate of Forensic Science Services, the Ministry of Home Affairs, they too have arrived here at the spot. If Sarjeevan can show you, this is the spot where this explosion has taken place, and now the officials of the MHA as well as the National Investigation Agency, they have gone inside to carry out the forensic analysis as well as the analysis of what has happened, what transpired that night. Also, there is one CCTV there. That footage is still with the Punjab police. The CCTV footage that we managed to get is from the other side of the road, that is in the vicinity area where the CCTV we managed to get. But this CCTV footage is available with the police. That is what we are getting to know. But this CCTV footage is just focusing on the events that have unfolded inside the police station premises. So on one point when this RPG has hit this bar of the gate of the police, this is what only has been captured as per the police officials in that CCTV. So now they are looking into every angle that what has happened and how the things transpired, and they are now looking for the suspects, the terrorists who have carried out this attack while moving on the Amritsar-Bathinda National Highway.
Well, in fact, Gursimran, I'll request you to stay on as we're preparing for the next big breaking news now, coming in details of some more pictures that have been accessed by you. But let's play out the CCTV footage once again, because the audio is quite significant. That gives you a sense of the extent of the damage. First, we got you that CCTV footage with that audio where you can hear that loud bang the moment the explosion actually takes place. Now, we'll take you through the pictures of the shells that were fired. In fact, there are PK markings that are visible on the shells that have been fired. Now, these are military-grade shells that are essentially used by the Pakistani army. Let's take a look at that image accessed by Republic TV. So if you take a closer look at it, we'll try and circle that out for you. Let's try and remove that Republic exclusive branding so that our viewers can take a closer look at that noting of PK, the PK marking, and then we'll try and explain it to you. What does this PK marking essentially means? And it clearly reveals who is really behind it. My colleague Gursimran will also be joining us to tell you the details of the investigation that has been carried out. In fact, that PK reference is essentially made in Pakistan. These are markings on the RPG shell that was fired in the Sarhali police station. Now, this RPG is made, this is also the RPG launcher, and the Pakistanis essentially use this particular shell. And it's a military-grade shell, as I understand, that is also used by the Pakistani army. Gursimran, will stay full frame of that, the shells that have been fired. And also, if you can give us more details of the investigation that's been carried out. So it becomes abundantly clear that there is a clear Pakistani link. And this is exactly what has happened even in the previous explosions that have taken place in the state of Punjab. In a matter of just about 7 months, this is the second such incident that has taken place. But it appears that there is a pattern that is basically emerging. There is a clear pattern that is emerging. Take us through the details of the shells that were fired, and there is a clear PK marking, and also if you can tell our viewers with regards to who perhaps is behind it.
See, Shavan, we have got access to the photos of the RPG shell that was fired. The RPG launcher that was used was a Russian-made launcher, 120mm launcher that has the capacity to penetrate deep inside, even using even inside the thick walls. Now, coming to the RPG shell, we have got the photos of the RPG shell, which shows the marking 0486 PK. And we spoke to some of the officials. They said that PK marking is Pakistan manufacturing. This is the marking of the manufacturer that is usually done, and sometimes in some cases there is no marking as they are locally manufactured, but when it is manufactured in the ordnance factory of a country, be it the Pakistan ordnance factory or when India made something, the Indian ordnance factory, the way it is written, it is similar to that. And this is a military grade shell of the RPG that has been recovered, that was fired and hit that very place. Just few meters from this, that is the place where the RPG shell has the last point of landing. After that, it fell down without causing much damage to any lives there. So this is the military grade RPG shell that has been recovered, that is used by the Pakistani army, the Pakistani military in the military operations, be it on the Afghan frontier or the other areas. This is the official use or RPG use that they are being given. And even in the past also we have seen that how the weapons that are manufactured for the Pakistani army lands into the hand of the terrorists. That is not possible without the active involvement of the Pakistani establishment. So this clearly shows the hand of the Pakistani establishment in this attack, that how they were sponsoring, they were giving the official supplies of the Pakistani army to the terror groups to carry out attacks in Punjab. Now coming to the investigation, see, Punjab police is carrying out the investigation. IB and the RAW, they being the agencies, they are carrying out a parallel investigation, but that is something, a kind of a different investigation they are carrying out. Teams of National Investigation Agency have landed here. They have landed here, reason being that they are having the other case, Mohali RPG case with them. So they want to connect the dots of each and every case, because the pattern that has been followed is almost the same pattern that was followed in the Mohali. In Mohali, the target target was the police installation. Here the target is police installation. There also they fired from a moving vehicle. Here also it appears. There also the area was very near to the running road, the highway, and here also. There they also dropped the RPG at the RPG launcher at some distance. Here also they have repeated the same, and almost a similar kind of RPG shell has been used. Here this also has the Pakistani marking. So now the NIA is also trying to connect the dots. Other team that has arrived a couple of minutes back is the Ministry of Home Affairs Directorate of Forensic Science Services. They have come here to analyze what actually is the material inside the RPG shell that has been recovered, because earlier we were being told that the shell didn't exploded completely, but some of the officials of the Punjab police saying that the shell had two hits. First it hit the bar of the gate here, and other is the second place is the wall that it hit. So when it hit the first place, that is the bar of the gate, the pressure, the projectile got lost and it deviated from its actual path, and the deviation has led to the circumstances that it couldn't enter the premises, and the splinters have some splinters got here, there only. These are the markings of the splinters that at first point of time came out of the RPG, and second set of splinters that smashed the glass pieces inside the Sanj Kendra of the Punjab police. So this is how the things have actually happened. So Punjab police is saying that there is nothing like that, the shell didn't explode fully, but now they are looking into what kind of explosives were inside this shell that has been used to carry out attack at the Sarhali police station in Tarantaran. Shavan.
Well, in fact, we'll just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. The two sets of images that we've accessed. First, on your screens, these are shells with the PK marking, a proof of Pakistani role, and also the CCTV footage. Let's just play out the CCTV footage that we've accessed once again, and then we'll put out those images, the shells, images of the shells that have been accessed by Republic TV. Take a look at this CCTV footage. This CCTV footage also comes with an audio file. Let's listen into that audio, and then perhaps we'll once again show you the images of the shells with the PK marking. On your screens right now, two sets of exclusive images. One is that moment of the blast, and the other is the evidence of the Pakistani role. Take a look at the shells that were fired. Clear PK marking. I'll just get a 30-second quick answer from Gursimran before we move to the other big story that we're getting for you on tonight's edition of This Is Exclusive. In fact, we have also got a reaction coming in from the SSP who spoke a short while back. Let's listen in, and then we'll take a quick response from my colleague Gursimran.
ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਲਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਰਦਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਸਪੈਕਟਸ ਦੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨਿੰਗ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ so investigation is being carried out.
So 7 people have been detained so far.
So I will not give you any figure, but we are on the process.
What kind of explosive material was used?
This is an RPG grenade. So बाकी forensics तो वाले detail आएगी तो फिर then we will be able
to involvement of
yes obviously, but we will not be able to comment unless we get the conclusive evidence of what and from where it is.
So what Khalistani terrorist role.
Well, let me also quickly bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's getting us more details. Gursimran, Punjab police essentially indicating that they have identified a few people. In fact, they are being questioned. Do we have any more details as to those who have been detained so far? Are they linked to any particular group?
Yes, Shawan, they are linked to the gangster Satta, who has been a close associate of the Pakistani Khalistani terrorist Harvinder Rinda, and he was actively supporting Rinda to carry out act of terror. And now as we speak, some more teams are arriving here. The teams of the Central FSL, they have arrived here. The Ministry of Home Affairs Directorate of Forensic Services, they are here. The teams are here to carry out the analysis of what has been recovered from inside the RPG shell. They are looking into it, and after that they will be moving to meet the officials of the Punjab police. I'll request Sarjivan to move into that zone so that he can show you some of the visuals of the Punjab police officials along with the Central FSL teams who are carrying out the investigations here. So this is what after NIA now the Central FSL teams have arrived here at the ground zero. They are looking into every angle and trying to figure out what kind of explosive was actually inside the RPG shell that landed inside, and what was the modus operandi of what was the plot of those terrorists who aimed inside the Sanch Kendra. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. On the other side of a short break, we get you an exclusive ground report on how the terrorists in Assam have been rehabilitated.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? For one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institution. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it, and this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that this is a welcome step by India, and Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that.
Getting you this special report all the way from Assam. Now, these women once had AK-47s in their hand. Today, they are being trained in handloom. This is the story of women cadre of terror outfits DNLA, PDCK and UPLA who have given up arms and are now weaving handloom, hoping for a better future. A ground report filed by my colleague Anirudh.
Once dreaded militants with sophisticated arms in their hands, over 20 women are now weaving dreams in the handlooms. They are being trained by the Assam police and the Assam government at the Khadi and Gramodyog Training Center, one of the lone training center here in Tamulpur in handloom.
Once dreaded terrorists, expert in guerrilla warfare, 26 female cadres of now disbanded DNLA, PDCK and UPLA, three outfits that once terrorized Karbi Anglong and Dima Hasao districts of Assam, are getting a new lease of life. With the efforts of Assam Police and the KVIC, they are being trained to weave in handlooms. The initiative is being taken to help the former militants in being self-employed with a rehabilitation package of rupees 4 lakhs being provided by the union government.
हम लोग इधर से काम करने के लिए आया है, कपड़ा बनाने के लिए सालों के लिए भेजाया है इधर में, और बहुत अच्छा लगा। अभी भी कपड़ा बनाने के लिए बहुत थक जाएगा, और कार में जाने से भी इससे वाला काम ही करेगा, कपड़ा बनाएगा, और उस टाइम में और पीछे में हम लोग पेमेंट भी लगेगा।
जितना मैडम लोग जो हम लोगों का सिखा रहे हैं लूम का, तो मतलब हम लोग अच्छे से सीख लिया है, और जहाँ से जाने के बाद हमारे घर अपने घर जाएंगे तो हम लोग वही काम करेंगे घर में भी।
Principal of Khadi and Gramodyog Vidyalaya in Tamulpur, one of its kind and only such institute in the northeast, said that the 26 women are picking up the art quickly.
3 संगठन से करीब 26 लड़कियों को यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग के लिए बुलाया गया, और हमारे जो खादी एंड विलेज इंडस्ट्री कमीशन के जो डायरेक्टर हैं डॉक्टर सुखमल देव, उन्होंने हमको रिक्वेस्ट किया कि हमारा जो ये जो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है यहाँ पर आप गांधीयान जो फिलोसफी है उसको ले करके इन लोगों को इस तरह से ट्रेनिंग दिलवाए कि ये लोग जो वापस जा करके घर में जा करके इन लोग संस्थापित हो सके।
Speaking about the initiative, police said that the former women cadre of the three outfits are being trained for 3 months, post which they can use the assistance provided by the government in a constructive way for betterment of their own financial condition, as well as play a positive role in the society.
They started their training here on the 16th October this year, and it is a 3 months program, and I frequently used to visit the place and used to interact with the girls. They are quite happy and they are feeling like, okay, this is a chance, this is an opportunity to mingle with the society, and we are getting the opportunity to learn something new.
The Assam Police is planning to expand the vocational training to another level after success of this pilot project.
Government has assured them that after completion of their 3 months training at the Khadi Gramodyog Vidyalaya here in Tamulpur, they will be again provided assistance in securing loan from various financial institutions so that they can take forward their dreams, this time not with AK-47 in their hands but with weaving machines, weaving tools and in the handloom industry. With video journalist Ashok, I am Anirudh and this is Republic Media Network.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll get you more special stories in the days to come on this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, angry over Sukhu being chosen, Pratibha Singh supporters staged massive protest outside Congress office in Shimla.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities, and in 17 countries.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said the situation on the front line of his forces' battles against Russia remain difficult in many areas. Zelensky added that he had discussed an upcoming Group of 7 summit during a phone call with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. As the Russia-Ukraine war continues, US announces military assistance worth $275 million for Ukraine.
Police station 30 kilometers from India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moment of blast caught on CCTV. Republic exclusively accesses evidence of Pakistani role as probe reveals shells were made in Pakistan.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में।
Second major attack in 7 months where police personnel are targeted. BJP and Akali Dal takes on Maan government over security. After days of huddled, Congress finalizes Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Himachal Chief Minister despite the opposition by Vadras family. Angry over Sukhu being chosen, Pratibha Singh supporters staged massive protest outside the Congress office in Shimla. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching the councillors, shares evidence as will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau. Assalamualaikum, you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavinson, starting the edition with breaking news now coming in from the hill state of Himachal Pradesh, where there's been a massive drama over who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, as Sukhwinder Sukhu and Pratibha Singh supporters seem to be having a face-off after the announcement of Sukhwinder Sukhu being chosen as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the images coming in from Shimla. A short while back, Sukhwinder Sukhu also addressed the media. Let me go across to my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, it turns out some reports essentially indicating that Pratibha Singh has actually pulled out of the Chief Minister's race. So has she essentially been placated inside that meeting that is basically underway? What's happening?
Absolutely, Shavan. The point is that meeting is going inside and even the protest is taking place just outside the gate of Vidhan Sabha, and they have blocked, in fact, the gate, and now the security is also here. DGP here, and even he is trying to just de-escalate this protest from here just because this is a restricted area. But the point is that how this entire mess turns up when Pratibha Singh was claiming to be herself as a chief minister, but later turned down, and all of a sudden when Congress High Command stamped the name of as a chief minister, and now the formal announcement will be made in a short while from now. And in fact, you can see the DGP of Himachal Pradesh is here to clear the situation. That in fact how to manage the situation, even just because there are number of protesters are here. Even some are here, some are the second gate, some on the third gate. They have blocked all three gates of Himachal Vidhan Sabha, and even trying to put the pressure on the Congress High Command to reconsider their decision of Chief Minister. And inside the meeting is happening, and in a very few minutes from now, the announcement of Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as a Chief Minister will be made by the observers. And in fact, the protest is happening outside. There are a lot of complications are arising in the Congress party. It has been 48 hours past since the Congress has into the mandate with 40 seats, but they are not able to make a clear-cut chief ministerial face for the Congress party for the state. And this all is happening on the ground of the Congress. We will try to speak to some of the supporters that what about after that if the announcement has been made. आप ये बताइए, अंदर मीटिंग चल रही है, अगर अनाउंसमेंट हो जाती है सुखविंदर सुखू की, तब भी आपका प्रोटेस्ट जारी?
हमें सोनिया गांधी पर पूरा विश्वास है। जब संगठन का अध्यक्ष पद का टाइम था, तब भी सोनिया गांधी ने प्रतिभा वीरभद्र सिंह को अध्यक्ष पद की कमान सौंपी। तो हमें पूरा विश्वास है, पूरा यकीन है। हम लोग आम अलग अलग जगहों से कार्य करते हैं और हमें पूरा विश्वास है सोनिया गांधी पर। वो प्रतिभा वीरभद्र सिंह को उनका नाम अनाउंस करेंगे।
आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो अनाउंसमेंट हुई है सुखविंदर सुक्खू की, तो वो उनको सोनिया गांधी का इसमें हाथ नहीं है इस डिसीजन?
जो सत्ता में वापसी कांग्रेस पार्टी की हुई, वो रानी प्रतिभा वीरभद्र सिंह की बदौलत हुई। राजा साहब को यहाँ पे लोग फकीर मानते हैं।
अपना प्रोटेस्ट जारी रखेंगे, आप अपना प्रोटेस्ट जारी रखेंगे जब तक उनकी
सोनिया गांधी अब अनाउंस करने वाली है। हमें पूरा यकीन है, पूरा विश्वास है, हम सभी कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं।
So, Shavan, here you can see that how they are having a lot of trust here, and here's the DGP. Here's the DGP of Himachal Pradesh. We will try to speak to them also, just because the law and order situation has been escalated here. Sir, there is lot of law and order situation on the road and even inside. The protesters are continuing. So how you are managing the situation?
No, we have given clear passage. Everything is ready. Pilot escorts, security, everything is ready. Okay.
But they have, I think, blocked the gates outside and inside also.
So I am directing the SP to take action in that. Okay.
So even the police DGP, Himachal Pradesh DGP Sanjay Kundu is directly monitoring the situation and also grounded here. From here we can see, and it's clear-cut indications that how the law and order situation is being escalated after the decision of the Congress that Sukhwinder Sukhu turned to be the Chief Minister of the Congress Party after getting the clear mandate for the 40 seats. But the protesters have been staged a continuous protest on the roads, outside the Vidhan Sabha, inside the Vidhan Sabha, and blocked the gates as well. And in fact, they are creating, the police is trying to create a clear passage so that at least the leaders who are inside, the MLAs who are inside, that they can have a clear-cut way towards their vehicles. But protest is happening, and the protesters are very much adamant. They want that Congress party, in fact, not only Congress party, they are wanting that the Sonia Gandhi should intervene into the issue and announce Pratibha Singh as a chief minister, just because it was Pratibha Singh, it was late Veerbhadra Singh on whose face the Congress has got the clear mandate. These are the claims that are made by these protesters, and in fact now the situation is completely in a very panic mode. That what is going to happen next, Shavan, nobody knows what is going to happen. The way nobody knows that who would be the chief minister, similarly nobody knows what is going to happen next after this, just because one after another the episodes are turning up for the Congress party when it comes to the chief ministerial candidate. Sukhwinder Sukhu, his supporters celebrated, but Pratibha Singh supporters protested, and even there are a lot of complications arising. This voice is reaching to the Congress High Command as well, that how to tackle the situation. Congress is landed into a very thick soup after they have stamped the name of Sukhwinder Sukhu, and in a short while from now the formal announcement will be made inside the CLP meet, and Sukhwinder Sukhu will be announced as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, and this will be conveyed to all the MLAs as well, as the other leaders in the Congress party. And in fact, what the post reaction to that announcement, that is a very sensitive point, that either Pratibha's camp is going to digest this announcement, or this protest will escalate. They will again raise their voice against the entire announcement and the decision of the Congress party, that brushing aside Pratibha Singh and announcing Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as a chief minister. I wanted to show you the visuals how this heavy police deployment is here, and in fact they are trying to make a clear way so that at least the leaders who are coming from the CLP meet, they can reach to their vehicles. And in fact heavy police deployment. DGP Sanjay Kundu is here. He is also grounded and managing the situation, and there are very handful of protesters here outside the exact gate of Vidhan Sabha, but maximum number of protesters has been stopped on the entrance gate of the Vidhan Sabha. All the gates have been blocked by these protesters, and their one single demand that Congress should announce Pratibha Singh as the chief minister, and in fact Sonia Gandhi should intervene in the issue. Sonia Gandhi should intervene into the issue and consider the legacy of Pratibha Veerbhadra Singh, the family and contribution of Veerbhadra Singh to the Congress party. In fact, you can see the visuals. The protest is continuing, and the formal announcement is yet to be made by the Congress party. The situation is extremely tense on the in Shimla, and even they are not able to manage the situation.
Well, in fact,
Congress is in a
Amandeep,
complete mess. Now, let's wait and watch what is going to happen next. The protest will escalate, or they will be able to defuse the protest and de-escalate these protesters who have gathered here. Yes, over to...
But in fact, Amandeep, just catch your breath right now. I know this political drama has been going on for several hours put together. My colleague Amandeep is getting us the latest updates, minute-to-minute update that's coming in. Some reports essentially suggesting that Pratibha Singh has already pulled out of the race, despite the kind of clamour that you could see outside the Congress office a short while back, where Pratibha Singh's supporters have been demanding that she should be made the chief minister, because after all, this election was actually won in the name of her late husband, Vadras Singh. But it appears that she does not enjoy the support of a large number of the legislators, and that is exactly why, in all likelihood, the Congress observers are now essentially taking the decision that Sukhwinder Sukhu should be made the chief minister. And in fact, she would be rehabilitated, perhaps in some central position in the national capital within the party. And it also turns out that Mukesh Agnihotri, in all likelihood, is going to become the next Deputy Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. Apart from that, they're also accommodating Vikramaditya Singh, son of Pratibha and Veerbhadra Singh. These are the names that are now doing the round. In a short while from now, the final announcement likely to be made by the Congress High Command in a press conference that's likely to take place post the CLP, unless there is another twist or turn that it takes place, because given the fact that there were initially some reports suggesting before the CLP meeting actually began that there is a possibility that Pratibha Singh could actually put her foot down and raise objection about Sukhwinder Sukhu being made the chief minister. Now, what works in the favour of Sukhwinder Sukhu, who's a three-time MLA from Hamirpur district? That's essentially because one does not have any allegation levelled against him in terms of any scams, or for that matter, he's also considered to be a close aide of Rahul Gandhi. What hasn't really worked in the favour of Pratibha Singh? One, the fact that legislators are not openly backing Pratibha Singh. Secondly, with regards to her performance in Mandi district. These are the latest images now coming in from inside the CLP meeting. It looks like that they have now come to some sort of a decision. Rajiv Shukla can be seen. Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, can also be seen. Along with that, also Bhupender Hooda. It does look like they've now come to some sort of a conclusion. At least if you simply go by the imagery, it appears that Sukhwinder Sukhu is going to be named as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. But in the same frame too, you also have Pratibha Singh, who's present there. Mukesh Agnihotri also present. So it looks like the deal has been finalized. Simply go by the pictures that are coming in. It's confirmed that Sukhwinder Sukhu is now the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. If you look at the body language of Pratibha Singh, it doesn't really look like she's extremely elated about this.
कल 12 बजे 11 बजे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह है और उसके स्थान की सूचना आपको दी जाएगी। पहले कुछ लोगों को होगा राजभवन में, हाँ तो राजभवन में होगा और बाकी उसके बाद जो है विस्तार उसके बाद होगा मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार।
चलो चलो आओ जी आओ इधर लगाओ इधर लगाओ
It's now sir meeting end हो गई सर।
कल सर्वसम्मति से हाईकमान को अधिकृत किया था विधायक दल के नेता चुनने के लिए, और हाईकमान ने आज सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू को कांग्रेस विधायक दल का नेता यानी मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में चयन किया है, और उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भाई मुकेश अग्निहोत्री का नाम चयन किया है।
शपथ सर
कल 11 बजे।
सर कैसे देखते हैं जो कैसे चलेगा राज्य के?
बहुत बढ़िया चलेगा, और पूरे अब देवभूमि से जो संदेश है पूरे देश में जाएगा।
हाईकमान का डिसीजन है, हाईकमान का बगैर का डिसीजन, हाईकमान का डिसीजन,
हाईकमान का डिसीजन।
थैंक यू सर। चलो उधर विजुअल
Well, in fact, now it's official after the political drama that ensued outside the Congress office. Finally, the decision has been taken that Sukhwinder Sukhu is going to be the next Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. Clearly, it does look like Pratibha Singh is not really happy with that kind of decision that has been taken. Simply going by the body language from these pictures coming in from inside the CLP meeting where Bhupinder Singh Hooda can be seen along with him, Rajiv Shukla, and let's not forget also Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Now, whether this has got the stamp of the Gandhis or not, if you simply go by the selection, given the fact that Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is considered to be a close
विधायक दल का नेता चुना है, कल उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ दिलाई जाएगी। उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जी को पदासीन किया गया। ये हाईकमान ने निर्णय लिया है। अभी हम कुछ मंत्रियों का ही शपथ करेंगे, उसके बाद मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार बाद में होने का मुख्यमंत्री जी तय करेंगे। पूरी टीम
हुडा सर एक सर मीटिंग खत्म हो गई सर, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, जो प्रस्ताव हुआ था हाईकमान पे छोड़ा, आदमी जो है सुखू जी को मुख्यमंत्री और अग्निहोत्री जी को उप मुख्यमंत्री का फैसला किया और कैबिनेट की एक्सपेंशन बाद में होगी।
क्या लगता है सर, हाईकमान से डिसीजन आया, कैसा अब राज्य कैसा चलेगा?
बढ़िया राज चलेगा, मिलकर चलेगा सब।
हाँ प्लीज। सुखू सर, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद सर। हाँ सर प्लीज, हमें प्लीज बना लो सर, आप विजुअल बनाओ पहले, उधर ही चलो।
Well, in fact, some more reactions now coming in from the meeting that took place a short while back. It's now official. Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is going to be the next Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. At least Sukhwinder Sukhu's camp seems to be extremely elated, but that does not seem to be the case as far as Pratibha Singh is concerned. We'll try and show you that image of which you're seeing right now on your right hand side of the screen, where Pratibha Singh can also be spotted clearly. He doesn't seem to be extremely happy with the decision that's been taken by the Congress High Command. So how does that really pan out, given the fact that she also has a stronghold? Her husband has essentially cultivated the constituency in Mandi, but that is also, let's listen to what Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has to say.
बहुत सर बधाई।
सुखू सर, बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिली है सर, क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर? आप लाइव हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सुखू सर, बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिली आपको।
मैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी का, श्री राहुल गांधी जी का, श्रीमती प्रियंका गांधी जी का व्यक्तिगत तौर पर आभारी हूं कि मैं एक आम परिवार से उठकर मैंने अपनी राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत की है। और जब भी मैं जीवन के जिस काल में पहुंचा, मुझे एनएसयूआई का अध्यक्ष राजीव गांधी जी ने बनाया, युवा कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, और गांधी परिवार ने मुझ पर जो एक साधारण परिवार से उठकर राजनीति की जो सीढ़ियां मैंने चढ़ी है, उसमें गांधी परिवार का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इस योगदान के लिए मैं उनका व्यक्तिगत तौर से धन्यवाद करता हूं। और हिमाचल की जनता का, जिन्होंने हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार लाई है, जो वादे हिमाचल की जनता से हमने किए हैं, उन वादों को अक्षरशः लागू करने का दायित्व और जवाबदेही मेरी है। इस दृष्टिकोण से भी हमें आगे जो चुनौतियां हैं उनका सामना करना है। एक बात हमने कही थी, हम सत्ता के लिए नहीं चाहते हैं, हम सत्ता व्यवस्था परिवर्तन के लिए लाए हैं। कुछ समय दीजिए, हमें परिश्रम करना है, हमें संघर्ष करना है और उसके बाद एक नई सोच के साथ, एक नई व्यवस्था के साथ हिमाचल प्रदेश को, हिमाचल की भोली भाली जनता के साथ एक सुंदर प्रदेश और स्वच्छ प्रदेश और ईमानदार प्रदेश के रूप में आगे बढ़ाना है।
सर, जनता से क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सुन रही है इस वक्त जनता आपको, उनसे क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सीधा संवाद आप क्या करना चाहेंगे?
मैं जनता से सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, आपने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है, अपना भरपूर प्यार दिया है और आप हमें कुछ समय दीजिए। समय के अनुसार मैं आने वाले समय में आपको जो भी चीज़ें होगी, जो भी हमारे फैसले होंगे, वो जनता, जो आम परिवार से निकले हुए समाज के लोग होते हैं, गरीब लोग होते हैं और जो समाज के, जिनसे समाज बनता है, चाहे वो किसान है, बागवान है, युवा है, इन सब के फैसले उनके हित से उनसे चर्चा करने के बाद लिए जाएंगे और दृष्टिकोण हमारा सब प्रकार से सब लोगों की मदद करना होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सर, मुकेश जी डिप्टी बने हैं, उनके साथ कैसे सामंजस्य रहेगा और किस तरीके?
मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जी मेरे भाई हैं, विधायक दल के नेता थे, हमारा आपस का सामंजस्य बहुत जबरदस्त था और अब मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर आए हैं। हम दोनों भाई एक टीम के तौर पर कार्य करेंगे। उस टीम में 38 प्लेयर्स और भी है, उनको अलग अलग जिम्मेवारी सौंपी जाएगी और हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता की भावनाओं के साथ एक स्वच्छ और ईमानदार प्रशासन हिमाचल प्रदेश में लाया जाएगा।
सुखू जी, आपकी आंखों में आंसू देख रहा हूँ सर, इमोशनल हो गए, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर? सुखविंदर सर इमोशनल हो गए सर, आंखों में आंसू।
देखो,
क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, 17 साल की उम्र में मैंने अपना राजनीतिक जीवन शुरू किया, कॉलेज के CR से लेकर, फिर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज शिमला में मैं जनरल सेक्रेटरी बना, प्रेसिडेंट बना, NSOI का मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट का जनरल सेक्रेटरी रहा। NSOI से मेरी कांग्रेस पार्टी की विचारधारा की राजनीति शुरू हुई और उसके बाद मुझे युवा कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया। मैंने परिवार में कोई राजनीतिक जीवन में कोई राजनीति में था ही नहीं और उसके बाद मुझे, जब मैं यौवन काल में आया तो युवा कांग्रेस का राज्य का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया और 10 साल में प्रदेश का अध्यक्ष रहा। फिर उसके बाद मैं विधायक बना, काउंसलर रहा मैं शिमला म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में 2 बार। राजनीतिक जीवन मैंने ग्रास रूट से शुरू किया, फिर मैं विधायक बना, विधायक बनकर प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष बना। इससे बड़ा फख्र मुझे और क्या हो सकता है कि इस पार्टी ने जो मुझे दिया है उसको मैं कभी जीवन भर भूल नहीं पाऊंगा।
सुखविंदर सर, अब आप पूरे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हैं
जी,
मतलब आप पूरी जनता के अब मुख्यमंत्री हो गए हैं, उन लोगों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो आपके साथ थे या नहीं थे? अब आप पूरे प्रदेश के चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं एक बात स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूँ जी, सभी लोगों के साथ मैं हूँ, सभी लोगों का दिल जीतने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा। मुझसे अगर कोई गलतियां होगी तो मैं उसके लिए माफी चाहता हूँ और अगर मैंने आगे सभी लोगों का साथ सामंजस्य बैठाकर हमें इस प्रदेश का विकास करना है और इस प्रदेश का विकास करने के लिए हम अपना तन मन धन और कठोर परिश्रम के द्वारा हम आगे कार्य करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
पहला काम क्या करेंगे?
Well, for now, it does appear that the political drama in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh has come to an end. But does this really mean that one other faction, led by Pratibha Singh, has been antagonized? As of now, reports essentially suggesting that unlikely that anyone from the Pratibha camp is going to be accommodated in tomorrow's oath-taking ceremony. On the other side, Republic exclusively accesses evidence of Pakistani role as probe reveals shells were made in Pakistan. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching the councillors, shares evidence, says will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
In the recently concluded meeting which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, He'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and
Hello, welcome. You're watching The Biggest Story Tonight with me, Shavan Sen. Our top focus is what's really happening in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Despite the kind of mandate that the Congress party received, it does appear that they were squandering. It took over 48 hours for the Congress party to choose their chief minister. Just a short while back, announcement essentially being made that in the meeting that took place, it was decided that Sukhwinder Sukhu, a 3-time legislator, will be made the chief minister of Himachal Pradesh. Along with him, deputy chief minister would be Mukesh Agnihotri, who happens to be the outgoing CLP leader. But what really happens as far as Pratibha Singh is concerned, wife of late Vadras Singh, the former chief minister of Himachal Pradesh? Does this really indicate that all is not well within the Congress camp? We'll get you the latest in this edition, but up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Police station 30 kilometers from India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moments of blast caught on CCTV. Republic exclusively accesses evidence of Pakistani role as probe reveals shells were made in Pakistan. Second major attack in 7 months where police personnel are targeted. BJP and Akali Dal takes on Maan government over security. After days of huddle, Congress stamps Sukhwinder Sukhu as Himachal chief minister despite the opposition by Veerbhadra family. Angry over Sukhu being chosen, Pratibha Singh supporters staged massive protest outside Congress office in Shimla. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillors, shares evidence, approaches Anti-Corruption Bureau. Well, it's now official. Sukhwinder Sukhu has been chosen as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh despite the massive opposition by Vadras family. Even as massive protests were being staged outside and inside the meeting, Sukhwinder Sukhu's name was stamped. So is Pratibha Singh clearly sidelined. Sources also indicating that in the oath-taking ceremony that's going to take place tomorrow, it's unlikely that the Congress party would be accommodating closer aides of Pratibha. In fact, whether at all Vikramaditya Singh is going to be sworn in tomorrow is also not confirmed at this point in time. We've heard statements now coming in from Rajiv Shukla, Bhupendra Hooda and Bhupe Singh Baghel, all of them essentially indicating that a unanimous decision was essentially taken to make Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Chief Minister and Mukesh Agnihotri as the Deputy Chief Minister. But on your screen right now, take a look at the visuals now coming in. These are visuals of moments after the decision was taken, but clearly if you take a look at the body language of Pratibha Singh, it does appear that she is extremely unhappy with the decision that has been taken. Right from the time that the results came in, Pratibha Singh has been extremely vocal about the fact that the family cannot be ignored by the High Command. In fact, the Congress party essentially won the elections on the name of Vadras Singh is the claim that was made by Pratibha Singh. On your screens right now, let's go full frame with those images coming in from that meeting that took place and take a closer look at Pratibha Singh. She clearly appears to be extremely unhappy with the decision that has been taken by the Congress High Command. So what did not really work in her favor? We'll try and dissect that for you, but we'll also stay with the breaking news now coming in of the situation that's in Shimla. In fact, we'll take a closer watch as to what's really happening outside the Vidhan Bhavan where the CLP meeting took place, because before the meeting began, a lot of supporters of Pratibha Singh, who's called as Rani Sahib. Let's take a look at some of the visuals now coming in. These are live images now coming in of the Congress observers. Former Haryana Chief Minister stepping out. Amandeep is joining us. Amandeep, just take us through the details that you're getting us.
Pratibha ma'am. You can see that Pratibha Singh leaving the meeting, and in fact she didn't utter a single word after. In fact, CM and Deputy CM has been announced, but Vikramaditya's announcement has not been made by the observers.
हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं। अच्छा, क्या बस ठीक है। क्या आपको कैबिनेट में तरजीह दी जाएगी? आपके क्या? प्लीज डोंट आस्क सच क्वेश्चन। मैंने बोल दिया हाई कमांड का फैसला हमें मान्य है और बधाई देते हैं हम। ठीक है, ओके।
Pratibha Singh's statement is one single line: that decision of High Command has been accepted by the Pratibha camp as well, though Chief Minister has been announced and Deputy Chief Minister has been announced, but no announcement for Vikramaditya, no announcement as a cabinet minister or the Deputy CM. Only two people will take oath tomorrow, and in fact the observers has left for the Governor House to stake the claim to form the government, and oath ceremony will take place tomorrow. This is what we are saying from the very first moment, that Congress is in hurry. Congress is in much hurry to manage and to settle down everything. Now, by the evening, they have announced formally Sukhwinder Sukhu and Mukesh Agnihotri Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. And by tomorrow morning, without any delay, they are going to conduct the oath ceremony for both. And in fact, later the situation
प्रभारी हैं और ऑब्जर्वर हैं, वो बिना किसी रिएक्शन के बाहर चले गए हैं, लेकिन खबर है, साफ है, फैसला हो चुका है। कल शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होगा और सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू बनेंगे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री। डिप्टी सीएम मुकेश अग्निहोत्री को बनाया जाएगा और मुकेश अग्निहोत्री का नाम जैसा कि हमने आपको बताया था खुद प्रतिभा सिंह ने ही आगे बढ़ाया था, क्योंकि दोनों ही सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू और प्रतिभा सिंह दोनों एक दूसरे के नाम पर सहमत नहीं थे। बाद में प्रतिभा सिंह को ये मौका दिया गया कि वो अपनी बात रखे और उन्होंने फिर मुकेश अग्निहोत्री का नाम आगे बढ़ा दिया।
चारों रुख से सरकार चलाएंगे, बहुत बढ़िया सरकार चलाएंगे। कल जो है खड़गे जी भी आएंगे, राहुल जी भी आएंगे, सब प्रियंका जी भी आएंगे। हाँ, प्रियंका जी भी आएंगी। ऑल एमएलए और राहुल जी भी आएंगे, खड़गे जी भी आएंगे, प्रियंका जी भी आएंगे।
राजभवन कब जाया जाएगा? They are actually demanding to announce her as chief minister. Do you think that is going to be any kind of impact?
नहीं, कोई वो नहीं है, सब एक होके किया है, यूनानिमसली किया है।
So everyone was in.
Yes.
Yeah, all 40 MLAs were there. They supported. These are the signatures, and we are going to hand it over
there. Congress is one.
to the governor. All 40 signatures are here unanimously.
Yes.
Unanimously has been elected leader, and Mukesh Agnihoत्री.
देखने को मिली है, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर किस तरह की स्थिति यहाँ पैदा हो गई है, लेकिन धीरे 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 जब कुछ सब चीजें शांत हो जाएंगी, धक्का। एक मिनट, शांत रहिए। सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू मनोनीत मुख्यमंत्री हिमाचल प्रदेश बाहर आ गए।
ये कौन पुश कर रहा है?
देखिए, आप जिंदाबाद के नारे, आप सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू के नाम के नारे इस वक्त आप सुन रहे हैं। जिंदाबाद सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू जिंदाबाद के नारे इस वक्त उनके समर्थक लगा रहे हैं। ये सभी लोग बाहर आए हैं, उत्साहित हैं। और देखिए, जो पूरी जो बाजी है वो पलट गई है। 2 दिनों से जो जमावड़ा था मीडिया का, वो था होली लॉज में। होली लॉज ये उनकी प्रतिक्रिया सिर्फ इतनी थी। आधा कमान का फैसला उन्होंने मंजूर कर लिया है, लेकिन अब क्या? अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है कि अब बिना किसी कलेश के सरकार को चलाया जाए और यहाँ का हश्र पंजाब या मध्य प्रदेश या छत्तीसगढ़ की तरह ना हो जाए, जैसा कि वहाँ सरकार बनने के बाद भी लगातार मतभेद उभरते रहे और हालात जो थे वो खराब होते गए और ऐसे हो गए कि मध्य प्रदेश में तो पार्टी ही टूट गई। मध्य प्रदेश में पार्टी टूट गई, पंजाब में कलह की वजह से सरकार चली गई, छत्तीसगढ़ में आए दिन इसी तरह की स्थिति होती है, राजस्थान में भी हालात खराब हैं। और ये सीधी तस्वीरें, पहली तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जब मनोनीत मुख्यमंत्री बन चुके हैं सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू हिमाचल प्रदेश के, और अब जाकर वो बाहर आए हैं। नादौन इलाका है जो विधानसभा क्षेत्र, वहां से 4 बार के विधायक हैं। पहले प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं, कैंपेन कमेटी के अध्यक्ष वो रहे, उन्हीं के कैंपेन कमेटी की अध्यक्षता में ये चुनाव लड़ा गया और अब देखिए उनके नाम की मुहर लग गई है मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर। और जिंदाबाद सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू जिंदाबाद के नारे इस वक्त विधानसभा परिसर में लगाए जा रहे हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यह है सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू मनोनीत मुख्यमंत्री हिमाचल प्रदेश, और साथ ही मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जो कि डिप्टी सीएम जिन्हें चुना गया है। शपथ ग्रहण जल्द से जल्द कराना है, कल ही शपथ ग्रहण समारोह हो जाएगा। शपथ ग्रहण समारोह कल ही होगा। देखिए बेहद धक्का मुक्की की स्थिति यहाँ पर बनी हुई है और अब जैसे ही पता चला कि वो मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो एक सुरक्षा का घेरा भी इर्द गिर्द बना लिया गया है। इर्द गिर्द सुरक्षा का एक कड़ा घेरा और साथ में नारेबाजी। देखिए उनके समर्थक भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, मीडिया कर्मियों की बड़ी तादाद है और बड़ी तादाद में उनके समर्थक भी मौजूद हैं। सुक्खू भाई जिंदाबाद के नारे यहाँ लगाए जा रहे हैं। हम भी लगातार प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू से पहली प्रतिक्रिया ले पाए मुख्यमंत्री मनोनीत होने के बाद उनकी प्रतिक्रिया, क्योंकि जब भी हमने पहले उनसे बात की तब उनका यही कहना था कि वो मुख्यमंत्री बनने की रेस में नहीं है। लेकिन देखिए हम कहते हैं कि राजनेता वही होता है जो अंत तक अपने पत्ते नहीं खोलता है, अंत तक पत्ते नहीं खोले।
the Chief Minister with lot of crowd and a huge crowd celebrating the name of Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as a Chief Minister. And even now, people their supporters are here. The supporters of Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu are here continuously raising the slogans. And tomorrow the oath ceremony will take place. And according to statement of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi will also participate. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi will also participate. Approach to Sukhwinder Sukhu. Just because there is huge crowd and it's a lot of security is happening. You can see a lot of chaos here. Formal announcement has been made by the Congress High Command. After 48 hours, this formal announcement of, and now we are moving towards the Governor House to stake the claim stake the claim of government. We are trying to approach Sukhwinder Sukhu for his first statement, and now you can see he's all packed up with the Chief Minister security, moving towards the Governor House, Raj Bhavan, to stake the claim. And tomorrow the oath ceremony will take place. Two people will take the oath. One is Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. Second is Deputy Chief Minister Mukesh Agnihotri. You can see the visuals. My camera person can show you wide angle that what all is happening at Vidhan Sabha after the formal announcement. Earlier there was protest and now there is a celebrations. This is how the politics is all about, and this is how the Congress is ending up. The complications after 48 hours. The visuals are on your screen. The first visuals after formal announcement, Sukhwinder Sukhu, Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, leaving for the Governor House, Raj Bhavan, Shimla, to stake the claim and for the oath ceremony. And even the observers has also left for the Raj Bhavan, and two people will take the oath as a Chief Minister, as a Deputy Chief Minister. These are the two. But on the other side of the Congress.
Right. We'll try and bring in Amandeep in a short while from now. The hectic developments are taking place in Shimla. It does appear that chapter 1 of this drama is over. In all likelihood, there could be a chapter 2, given the fact that the statement that is made by Pratibha Singh the moment she stepped out of the CLP meeting appeared to be extremely cut and short, and it also reflects the fact that she's quite unhappy, given the fact that her body language in that CLP meeting wasn't of someone who's endorsing the decision that has been taken by the Congress High Command. Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has now been appointed as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, the decision that was taken in the CLP meeting, and along with him, Mukesh Agnihotri is the Deputy Chief Minister. Surprisingly, not a single word really coming in from the Congress High Command as to whether at all they are going to accommodate the ambitions of Pratibha Singh and her son Vikramaditya Singh, or for that matter, if at all close aides of Pratibha Singh would be accommodated during the oath-taking ceremony that's going to take place. The cabinet expansion likely to take place after the oath-taking ceremony. In fact, the Congress observers also would be heading back to the national capital. What we are picking up is that the oath-taking ceremony is going to take place tomorrow. They're going to reach the governor's house sometime in the morning, and thereafter the oath-taking ceremony is going to take place. The entire Gandhi family is expected to be present during the oath-taking ceremony. But whether at all they would be able to placate Pratibha Singh or not, that's going to be the bigger challenge for the Congress party, or whether that's going to be the other big challenge the Congress faces despite getting a full majority in Himachal Pradesh. After the disastrous results in Gujarat, the face saver for the Congress party has essentially been in Himachal, where they've managed to get about 40 seats, a clear majority, and also the will of the people of Himachal Pradesh is clearly reflected from the same. Now, how exactly would Pratibha Singh be accommodated by the Congress party is going to be worth watching, because clearly from those visuals that you see and the statement that she made moments after she stepped out of the CLP meeting does not augur really well for the Congress party itself. My colleague Amandeep has been tracking this story very closely. In fact, he was one of the first journalists to have got the interview of Pratibha Singh, where she essentially indicated that the Congress High Command cannot ignore Veerbhadra Singh's family, indicating that someone from the family should be made the Chief Minister of the state. And she also went on to claim that this entire election was won in the name of Veerbhadra Singh. And that's the reason why we've seen major clashes taking place between supporters of Sukhwinder Sukhu and Pratibha Singh. Now, what has not worked in favor of Pratibha Singh are multiple factors. One, that legislators are not in support of her. Second, there are certain allegations that have been leveled by the BJP also with regards to certain scams where a family's name has figured. And the third aspect essentially being that there were certain statements that were made by Pratibha Singh against the Gandhi family, which has also not really gone down well. Let me quickly go back to my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us the latest details. Amandeep, what more are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Shavan. The point is that now the entire team of new elected team, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and observers has left for the Governor House to stake the claim. And in fact, after a lot of complications, now finally Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu and Mukesh Agnihotri has been announced as a Chief Minister and a Deputy Chief Minister. But the point is, we had a word with Pratibha Singh. There is a lot of disappointment on Pratibha's face. Though she has given the statement that the verdict of High Command has been accepted by Pratibha, but that was just in a words, but the expressions are saying something else. That is a clear-cut indication. And even this entire conflict for the chief ministerial phase has been died down, or it is still supposed to be escalated, as Pratibha is not going to sit silent. The point is, and in fact another part is, Shavan, that tomorrow Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi both are coming to participate in the oath ceremony of Sukhwinder Sukhu and Mukesh Agnihotri. That has been confirmed by Bhupender Hooda.
On the other side, second major attack in 7 months where police personnel are targeted. BJP and Akali Dal takes on the Maan government over security. Also, BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillors, shares evidence, approaches Anti-Corruption Bureau.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institutions. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails, which will
Staying with the latest visuals now coming in from Shimla. Right now, these Congress observers, Rajiv Shukla, along with him, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel and former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupendra Hooda, moving out of Vidhan Bhavan. The oath-taking ceremony is going to take place tomorrow. A lot of developments essentially taking place in the Hill State. It did appear that chapter 1 of that political drama is essentially over, but it looks like that there is more trouble for the Congress party. Chapter 2 of the political drama expected to begin, given the fact that Pratibha Singh appears to be completely unhappy with the decision that has been taken by the High Command. Joining us on this broadcast is our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, just break it down for our viewers, at least simply going by the body language of Pratibha Singh and the statement that was made by her soon after the CLP meeting. It appears that she isn't willing to give up the fight.
All right, Shawan, I think we are getting pictures of the Congress leaders, MLAs, now reaching Governor's house, the Raj Bhavan in Shimla, and there Sukhwinder Sukhu to be, now that the legislature party has chosen him as their leader, he has to be invited to the Chief Minister's post by the Governor, and that's why, to apprise the Governor to stake claim formally with Sukhwinder Sukhu as the leader. Thakur Sukhwinder Singh, as he is called, comes from the Una district, Nadon seat. Incidentally, it so happens, Shawan, that despite the fact that we have seen Kangra and Shimla both, for example, giving Congress majority of seats, the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister both come from Una region now, and perhaps that would have some dynamics playing out. But fact of the matter is, so far as Congress party's victory is concerned, both these leaders played perhaps a little more concrete nuts and bolts role vis-a-vis Pratibha Singh, wife of late Veerbhadra Singh, and that's perhaps tilted the scales in favor of these two leaders. All right, a short break, Shawan, but we come back with Himachal politics and more.
A movement transforming millions of lives in rural Maharashtra. An initiative empowering communities to transform their own lives. a journey that is changing the face of rural India.
A holistic area where we want to make impact across everything that affects people's life, with the holy grail being livelihood to sort of empower them.
Catch the stories of aspiration on Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh this weekend only on Republic TV.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities, and in 17 countries.
All right, welcome back. We are staying with pictures coming in from Shimla, that of Congress delegation meeting the governor in Raj Bhavan and staking claim formally under the leadership of Sukhwinder Sukhu to form the government there. Sukhwinder Sukhu, of course, elected by the legislature party after a nod came from the party high command. Remember, Thakur Sukhwinder Singh, he has won from Nadon seat, and that's in Hamirpur district, while Deputy Chief Minister Mukesh Agnihotri, who was leader of opposition, in fact, in the outgoing assembly for the Congress party, has won from Haroli seat in Una district, neighboring district, but both Haroli and Nadon come in Hamirpur Lok Sabha constituency, and in that sense, of the 4 Lok Sabha seats, both the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, now of the Congress party, come from the same Lok Sabha constituency. Perhaps that might have some play, given the fact that Congress party has done really well in districts like Shimla and Kangra, and so between the 2 top leaders, they do not get represented perhaps in the cabinet and the Council of Ministers. In the pictures, we can see Bhupesh Baghel, Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Rajiv Shukla, in charge of the entire operation post the elections, and of course Bhupender Singh Hooda, the central leaders who have supervised formation of this government. We are seeing Pratibha Singh Patil, Pratibha Singh, I stand corrected, sitting next to Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. In fact, she's the wife of late Veerbhadra Singh, and had formally, informally, with a lot of pressure from support groups, staked her claim to the chief ministership, and it was not indirect, it was very direct. She was sort of not just suggesting, she was wanting from the High Command that her name be announced, but that has not happened. She was sort of banking on the sympathy factor for her late husband, who had been Chief Minister 6 times in Himachal Pradesh since 1980s and late 70s, and his passing away last year brought in Congress the Mandi Lok Sabha seat in by-polls, and she thought that perhaps she would be natural claimant because according to Veerbhadra Singh's family, which includes apart from Pratibha Singh, their son Vikramaditya Singh, and both said that the election was fought on and for in the name of legacy of Thakur Veerbhadra Singh, and that's why they are natural claimants and they should be chosen. But that never happened. The High Command had different ideas, and of course important because Sukhwinder Sukhu also was the campaign committee in charge. So remember, in the absence of Rahul Gandhi and almost the entire central leadership except for Priyanka Gandhi Vadras, who campaigned in Himachal extensively, it was Sukhwinder Sukhu who was in charge of the campaign of the Congress party in the state, and that I think gives him the first claim, and it got reflected in the number of MLAs who wanted or preferred him over Pratibha Singh, and that's why we are seeing in these pictures finally the Congress party settling in. Are they waiting for the governor? Okay, they are inside the governor house, I think, still waiting for the governor to arrive. They have gone in, and the Congress leaders, which includes Bhupesh Baghel, Rajiv Shukla, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and the Chief Minister. I can't see Mukesh Agnihotri there as yet. There he comes. This is the governor arriving, I believe, and Mukesh Agnihotri, yes, and other leaders, other Congress leaders coming in. This seems like the Raj Bhavan staff actually, and we are sticking with pictures. Remember, it was initially a cliffhanger swinging between the Congress and the BJP on the result day on December 8, with the BJP, as was expected, falling short of majority first and then by and by settling at 25 MLAs. So Himachal essentially keeping up with its tradition of switching governments between Congress and the BJP since 1985, 37 years now. And in the pictures, now Congress leadership there at the Raj Bhavan, we stake claim to form the government. Can we go to our reporters on the ground? Raisa, if we can go to reporters on the ground. All right, we are going to connect with our reporters on the ground. Amandeep is there, Sujata is there, Vaibhav is there. They are in Shimla reporting from outside Raj Bhavan, some of them. Let's see who we can connect to. Even as pictures keep coming in from inside. We have, in fact, Amandeep joining us live. Amandeep, are you outside the Raj Bhavan? If you can give us a sense of what's happening. Are other Congress leaders also present there apart from those who have gone inside? Also, I can't see Mukesh Agnihotri. I can see the Chief Minister designate Sukhwinder Singh sitting next to Pratibha Singh, but not Mukesh Agnihotri. You think something is amiss, or what's happening outside there at Raj Bhavan in Shimla?
All three observers, Pratibha Singh, Sukhwinder Sukhu, they all left for the Governor House, meeting Governor to stake the claim to form the government and to take the oath as a Chief Minister and a Deputy Chief Minister. And tomorrow the ceremony will take place at 11 a.m. and the special invitees are Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, who were actually monitoring this entire situation when the conflict was happening, when there was confrontation from the side of Pratibha camp as well to be the Chief Minister. And in fact, now they both will be participating in the oath ceremony as well. All three observers, Rajiv Shukla, Bhupesh Baghel, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu, Deputy Chief Minister Mukesh Agnihotri might be on his way just because there is a lot of traffic chaos as well. There is a lot of supporters of the Sukhu on the road. They are celebrating this announcement, and even Pratibha Singh also with a disappointed face. Abhishek, we spoke to Pratibha Singh. She said we just accept the verdict and the decision of the Congress High Command. But her tone and her expression was very much disappointing. That is a clear-cut indication that they are not satisfied with the announcement of Sukhu just because Pratibha Singh was the one who was openly opposing Sukhu as the chief minister when observers proposed in front of her. And in fact, now let's wait and watch. It is a situation is a kind of wait and watch. Either the Pratibha will remain silent or she will raise the voice against it or any kind of rebellion. It's expected. And just because, Abhishek, it was in the discussion that Vikramaditya would also be adjusted in the cabinet of Sukhu. If Sukhu is chief minister, Mukesh Agnihotri is deputy chief minister, obviously Vikramaditya will also be adjusted into the cabinet ministry of Sukhu. But that not happened. When the formal announcement came out, it was quite surprising and shocking that only Mukesh Agnihotri and Sukhu has been announced as a chief minister and deputy chief minister, but there was no mention of Vikramaditya. And even that was earlier ensured by the observers. And there is something that had happened at the last moment, just because a lot of chaos, a lot of protests, a lot of drama happened before the CLP meeting, after the announcement of Sukhwinder Sukhu as a chief minister. But finally, after 48 hours of getting a clear mandate for the 40 seats, and even after facing a lot of complications to announce the chief minister, finally they are meeting governor to stake the claim of the government and for the oath ceremony that is scheduled for tomorrow by 11 a.m. This all happened. They're all full of drama, and in fact still there is certain kind of disappointment with the Pratibha Singh just because Vikramaditya was not announced as a cabinet minister during the CLP meeting. That means later on, when all the cabinets will be decided, all the faces will be inducted into the cabinet ministry, it might be Vikramaditya.
It seems that the political drama to continue in the state of Himachal Pradesh. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Sukhu and others reach the Governor House.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violence.
Delhi Lieutenant Governor today reviewed one of the potential sites of the G20 summit meeting. Here is a full report.
Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena today visited Asita East project on Yamuna River, as it is one of the potential sites for G20 summit to be held in 2023. DDA officials accompanied Delhi LG to the site.
Now what is this all about?
Blood veins पे develop किया है वो हमने देख लिया.
Okay. Okay. Is there any regarding this G20 summit anything?
G20 के लिए कर रहे हैं.
LG also directed officials to clean up the roads, arrange dustbins and plant samplings in the area. Spread over 197 hectares, Asita East project aims at restoring ecological balance and provide breathable public green space. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Opener Ishan Kishan made history in the third ODI against Bangladesh when he became the first batsman to convert his maiden ODI ton into a double hundred, and also the fourth Indian batsman to hit a double century in one-day internationals.
24-year-old Indian batter Ishan Kishan creates history. Kishan scored the fastest double century in one-day format in the third-day match against Bangladesh. The fiery left-hand opener took only 126 balls to breach the 200-run mark.
हम शुरू से ही मैच देख रहे थे और अच्छा लगा जब स्टेबल हो गया, उसके बाद उसने हिटिंग करना शुरू किया, तो दैट इज़ गुड. गोल यही है बस कि इंडिया के लिए कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म करे, अपना बेस्ट दे और मैचेस में जिताए भारत को. जब भी मौका मिले उसको अपना वो बेस्ट दे और अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन से इंडिया को, मतलब इंडिया की जीत में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे.
He slammed 9 sixes and 24 boundaries to score 210 runs out of 131 balls. Soon after, the world record celebrations began at home in Patna. This record was earlier held by the West Indian legend Chris Gayle, who took 138 deliveries to score 200. With a magnificent double century, Ishan Kishan joins the double century Indian batters along with Sachin Tendulkar, Virendra Sehwag and Rohit Sharma. He also became the first batsman to convert his maiden century into a double century. Cricket enthusiasts have lauded the left-hander. Former Indian opener Virendra Sehwag took to Twitter, and I quote, "That's the way to do it. Brilliant from Ishan Kishan. This is the approach that will do Team India a world of good." Star Indian all-rounder Hardik Pandya also congratulated Ishan Kishan. He tweeted, "Well done, well deserved." The young Ishan Kishan was picked for the final ODIs against Bangladesh after skipper Rohit Sharma received an injury. After this fiery double century, will he be able to secure his place in the first 11? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting in some more breaking news now from the state of Maharashtra, where Cabinet Minister Chandrakant Patil today. The latest that we're getting in right now is of the visuals coming in of an ink attack that has taken place on Maharashtra Minister Chandrakant Patil. We'll get to the latest details of where the incident has actually taken place and what's the condition of the Maharashtra Minister. That on your screens right now. The moment that he stepped out, he was attacked by an unknown person. It seems that the person has already been apprehended by the police. Let me go across to my colleague Alisha Dyer, who's joining us on this broadcast. Alisha, just take us through the details that you're picking up. Where did the incident actually take place and who is this person concerned? Is it now linked to the border dispute that is taking place?
Well, Shravan, as of now, with the information that has been provided by police is that Chandrakant Patil, who was the present in Pimpri Chinchwad, when an unknown person who threw ink on Chandrakant Patil. Also, there are some of the slogans that was raised against Chandrakant Patil, after which the police that were present on location, they have apprehended the same person and the interrogation is underway. Still, the reason why this act has been done is unknown, but this is an incident in Pimpri Chinchwad where Chandrakant Patil has reached what the program, and we can see in the video itself where the person who raised some slogans against Chandrakant Patil, and later he threw ink on Chandrakant Patil, and later the police that were present on the spot have apprehended him, and right now the interrogation is underway.
Well, in fact, just one quick question that I would like to take with you, Alisha, is with regards to any statement coming in from the minister's office.
Well, there is a statement from Bharatiya Janata Party leaders who are clearly mentioning that they condemn the act that has been done, and they have been blaming Mahavikas Aghadi's and mentioning that this could be the act of Mahavikas Aghadi. They have been given some of the instruction to some people where the Chandrakant Patil was present in the same program. But this is something, an interrogation where the police is going to look into it, the matter, because the person who threw ink on Chandrakant Patil has been apprehended and his interrogation is underway.
Well, thank you very much, Alisha, for getting us the latest detail. On the other side, police station 30 kilometers from India border targeted by terrorists. Moments of the blast caught on CCTV. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillors, shares evidence as will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है गुला।
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institutions. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that.
Getting in the latest visuals now coming in of Governor of Himachal Pradesh now arriving with Congress leaders also present and the Congress observers. Himachal Pradesh Governor has now reached. The oath-taking ceremony in all likelihood is going to take place tomorrow. This is after the single largest party was invited to form the government. These are the latest visuals now coming in. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground as we speak right now. The governor presides over the meeting that's taking place at the Raj Bhavan in Shimla. Present at the meeting are the Congress observers, starting with Rajiv Shukla, former Chief Minister of Haryana Bhupendra Hooda, and Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Apart from that, the Congress leaders, CM designate Sukhwinder Sukhu, and also Pratibha Singh present in that meeting. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get you the latest on the story that we've been tracking very closely. Remember, this comes after much hectic parleys that took place during the CLP meeting. Taking a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest with political drama that ensued in the state of Himachal Pradesh.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities, and in 17 countries.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said the situation on the front line of his forces' battles against Russia remain difficult in many areas. One man was killed after a massive fire ravaged a shopping mall in Moscow's northwestern outskirts on Friday.
Chennai cyclone Mandus had made a landfall around early in the morning today. A lot of damage has happened. 1 or 2 building had collapsed, poles and trees that is also uprooted and fallen down.
8-year-old boy Tanmay has now passed away. He was stuck at 400 feet deep borewell in the Manvi village of Madhya Pradesh.
Police station about 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moment of blast is caught on CCTV. Republic has details of Pakistan role. Evidence emerges as investigation reveals shells were made in Pakistan.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में.
Second major attack in 7 months where the police personnel are targeted. BJP and Akali Dal question the Bhagwant Mann government over security. After face-off, protest, sloganeering and drama for the last 3 days, Congress chooses Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Himachal Chief Minister despite opposition by the Veerbhadra family.
सर्वविदित है क्या डिसाइड हुआ, सर्वविदित है. हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं.
Visibly upset but says she will accept the High Command decision as the Congress sidelined Pratibha Singh. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillors, claims it has evidence, says will approach the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Ever since the results to the elections in Himachal Pradesh have been announced, there has been chaos within the Congress party in the hill state of Himachal on who the next chief minister will be. Now, for the last 2 days, we've seen intense lobbying, campaigning, several names come up. And that campaigning continued even today with several people shouting slogans, asking for Pratibha Singh to be chosen. But eventually, the Congress party has decided, and its observers who were sent to Himachal Pradesh have decided it will be Sukhwinder Sukhu who will be the next chief minister of Himachal Pradesh. And those are pictures of the Congress leadership along with the observers meeting Sukhwinder Sukhu, who will be the next Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister. Mukesh Agnihotri will be his deputy.
And that's the decision that has been made. Sukhu headed the party's campaign committee. Agnihotri, who was the leader in the opposition in the outgoing assembly, both of them will take oath on Sunday. Now, after a meeting of the Congress Legislature Party in Shimla, its second in 24 hours, the Congress's Central Observer, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel has announced the election of Sukhu as the CLP leader. Now, here are some of the responses coming in. Let's also tell you that apart from meeting the governor, they will also be meeting Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. We're getting in some more responses. Let's cut across live.
श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी का, श्री राहुल गांधी जी का, श्रीमती प्रियंका गांधी जी का व्यक्तिगत तौर पर आभारी हूं कि मैं एक आम परिवार से उठकर मैंने अपनी राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत की है। और जब भी मैं जीवन के जिस काल में पहुंचा, मुझे एनएसयूआई का अध्यक्ष राजीव गांधी जी ने बनाया, युवा कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, और गांधी परिवार ने मुझ पर जो एक साधारण परिवार से उठकर राजनीति की जो सीढ़ियां मैंने चढ़ी है, उसमें गांधी परिवार का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इस योगदान के लिए मैं उनका व्यक्तिगत तौर से धन्यवाद करता हूं। और हिमाचल की जनता का, जिन्होंने हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार लाई है, जो वादे हिमाचल की जनता से हमने किए हैं, उन वादों को अक्षरशः लागू करने का दायित्व और जवाबदेही मेरी है। इस दृष्टिकोण से भी हमें आगे जो चुनौतियां हैं, उनका सामना करना है। एक बात हमने कही थी, हम सत्ता के लिए नहीं चाहते हैं, हम सत्ता व्यवस्था परिवर्तन के लिए लाए हैं। कुछ समय दीजिए, हमें परिश्रम करना है, हमें संघर्ष करना है, और उसके बाद एक नई सोच के साथ, एक नई व्यवस्था के साथ हिमाचल प्रदेश को, हिमाचल की भोली भाली जनता के साथ एक सुंदर प्रदेश और स्वच्छ प्रदेश और ईमानदार प्रदेश के रूप में आगे बढ़ाना है।
सर्वविदित है, हम हाईकमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
अच्छा, क्या आपको कैबिनेट में तरजीह दी जाएगी आपके कैंप को?
मैंने बोल दिया, हाईकमांड का फैसला हमें मान्य है और बधाई देते हैं हम। ठीक है, ओके,
चलो।
विधायकों ने सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू जी को विधायक दल का नेता चुना है। कल उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ दिलाई जाएगी। उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मुकेश अग्निहोत्री जी को पदासीन किया गया। ये हाईकमान ने निर्णय लिया है। अभी हम कुछ मंत्रियों का ही शपथ करेंगे, उसके बाद मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार बाद में होने का मुख्यमंत्री जी तय करेंगे।
विधायक दल ने कल सर्वसम्मति से हाईकमान को अधिकृत किया था विधायक दल के नेता चुनने के लिए, और हाईकमान ने आज सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू को कांग्रेस विधायक दल का नेता यानी मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में चयन किया है, और उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भाई मुकेश अग्निहोत्री का नाम चयन किया है।
शपथ सर
कल 11 बजे।
सर कैसे देखते हैं, जो कैसे चलेगा राज्य के?
बहुत बढ़िया चलेगा, और पूरे अब देवभूमि से जो संदेश है पूरे देश में जाएगा।
Amandeep, tracking the story. Amandeep, is everything all right within the Pratibha, Singh and her son Vikramaditya camp? Is there any rebellion in the Congress party? We saw them chant slogans asking for her to be with the chief minister yesterday.
Well, and then it seems to be like that everything is not okay in the Congress party. The way Pratibha Singh has given the statement, though her words were all saying that she is accepting the verdict of the decision of the Congress High Command. But her face expression and her tone is all full of disappointment. It seems to be like that she's not happy with the decision. Neither Vikramaditya has been announced any minister, nor deputy minister, nor from Pratibha's camp has been taken into the consideration. And from the very first day, since the Congress has got a clear-cut majority of 40 seats, Pratibha is continuously raising the point that Congress High Command should consider the legacy of late Vadras Singh, and in fact, the contribution of Veerbhadra Singh's family is supposed to be considered by the Congress High Command while announcing the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. But nothing has happened. So somewhere down the line, Niranjan, it's too early to react on this issue, but she is not happy. That is what we can read from her face. And even earlier, when the talks were going on, when the entire decision was on the final edge, the information was coming out and taking the rounds that Vikramaditya might be announced as the cabinet minister.
Some pictures coming in. Amandeep, be with me on the phone line. Stay with me on the phone line because we're getting in some pictures from Shimla where there are celebrations. Just cutting across to those live pictures coming in. Coming in, let me go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, one camp, of course, is celebrating. Yes, you were telling us about the fact that some of the supporters may not be happy with how things have gone down. And how many members are there who are not really happy?
Well, it has not been disclosed, Niranjan, just because now the Pratibha camp is completely closed. And in fact, the most surprising point is that Vikramaditya has not given any kind of statement so far, and neither he come out in front of the media or the public, just because they were having some kind of hopes from the Congress High Command that they might get some share in the government and with the first announcement. Later, the entire cabinet will be decided by Sukhwinder Sukhu that who all MLAs will be inducted as cabinet ministers. But this is the first announcement with the intervention of Congress High Command, including Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and Mallikarjun Kharge. All were the main who have taken the decision to decide the Sukhwinder Sukhu to be the chief minister just because he was having the majority of the MLAs with him. And even Pratibha Singh has also claiming to be the chief minister just because Veerbhadra's legacy cannot be ignored in the Congress party. Initially, and before this election, it was Veerbhadra Singh and Congress and the Veerbhadra Singh. They both identify by the name of each other. But now the entire scene has been turned turtle in the Congress party. A lot of complications happened. The camp of Pratibha Singh is not very happy. A huge protest has happened while Pratibha left for the CLP meeting, and in fact her car was blocked by her supporters that she won't go to the CLP meet, she won't take part into the official announcement where Sukhwinder Sukhu will be announced as the chief minister. So a lot of complications happened from last 2 days, from last 48 hours. But finally, tomorrow the oath-taking ceremony, and even we are sensing and smelling out everything is not right.
Okay, stay with me. There's some breaking news update coming in. In fact, there's a breaking news update coming in. The BJP has responded to the development, saying that Congress has picked, this is Amit Malviya, the IT cell chief of the BJP, saying the Congress has picked Sukhwinder Sukhu and Mukesh Agnihotri as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. It's not surprising that Veerbhadra Singh's family has been completely shafted in the process. The Gandhis have never been comfortable with his legacy, and this is another attempt to obliterate it. That's the BJP responding to the Congress party picking Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Chief Minister, and the fact that Veerbhadra's legacy. In fact, one of the factors, in the words of the Congress party before and after the results, they claim that the results cannot discount the Veerbhadra Singh factor. They've said it, they've used his name as face during the campaign, and eventually his family, which also went on record to say that his legacy is certainly a factor. People in the state want somebody from the Veerbhadra family to carry the legacy for the development of the state, is what they had said on record, and that has not happened. All right, let's move on now and get you some other stories. Quick stories from Punjab around the Taran attack. A rocket-propelled grenade was fired at a police station around 1 a.m. The police station in Taran, situated about 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan international border. second such attack in Punjab in the last 7 months, where a police station was attacked with a rocket. Earlier, an RPG was fired at the Punjab Police's intelligence headquarters in Mohali on the 9th of May. Police station 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moment of blast has been captured on CCTV. From the Punjab Police to the Indian Army, multiple agencies have swung into action to investigate the matter. NIA teams also present at the site. They collected evidence of the attack. The attack on the police station suspected to be carried out by Khalistan-backed terrorists and groups under the patronage of the Pakistan Intelligence Unit, the ISI. The Khalistani terrorist group seeks for justice, has also claimed responsibility of the alleged rocket launcher attack, stating it was done by them in retaliation. Experts analyzing the situation said that less damage has been incurred, indicating the rocket partly exploded. Otherwise, the damage could have been much higher. Punjab has been placed on high alert after the Taran blast, as all vehicles are being checked. Security has been increased near the border. Punjab police is on high alert. The BJP taking on the Bhagwant Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, saying that no measures have been taken even after several reports of attacks taking place in the last few months in Punjab.
This kind of patronage is being given to all these elements by the Aam Aadmi Party government, because in reality Bhagwant Mann ji is not the real Chief Minister of Punjab. He is only the Chief Minister in name. The real power, the super CM of Punjab is Mr. Kejriwal, who misuses the Punjab police for his own political vendetta, and therefore the law and order situation in Punjab is completely collapsing and deteriorating, and we see these kinds of incidents.
Even the Congress party questioned Aam Aadmi Party while saying that the entire AAP machinery was responsible for the blast that took place in Taran and that Kejriwal had been soft on Khalistani forces.
That militant or terror forces, anti-Indian forces are arming themselves, are becoming more bold, and this kind of a resurgence of that movement can only come if they believe that they have a sympathetic government in the state. I would say that the CM, Arvind Kejriwal, and his people are, whether they would like to be called so or not, they are directly responsible for giving an encouragement to these kind of separatist elements. I don't think it's in the capacity of the Punjab government to control this, because their political will is not there. The police will certainly have a will. If you give police clear directions, they will sort this out.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal condemned the rocket-propelled grenade attack on the police station in Punjab's Taran and said those responsible would be caught by his party and the government in Punjab.
हाँ, तो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जब से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार आई है, बड़े स्तर के ऊपर बहुत बड़े बड़े गैंगस्टर्स पकड़े गए हैं ये पंजाब के अंदर, और बहुत बड़े बड़े जो पुरानी पार्टियों के संरक्षण में लोग काम कर रहे थे वो सब पकड़े गए हैं। तो इसके खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
Well, there's a poaching controversy in the national capital. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party facing off, even as the Aam Aadmi Party claimed poaching by BJP on the day MCD results were declared. The Saffron Party has now levelled poaching allegations against Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP, in fact, is meeting and has approached the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, with Monica Pant, who is the councillor, allegedly lured by AAP. Republic spoke to this leader.
कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमने रिकॉर्डिंग भी दी है, और ये कॉल आई कल रात को 8:53 पर, और मैं ये नहीं समझ पा रही आखिर केजरीवाल जी क्या अपने जैसा ही सबको समझ रहे हैं? ऐसी भ्रष्ट पार्टी है कि जो है अभी पार्षद बने नहीं, उनको अपने पार्षदों पर भी वो नहीं हो रहा कि उनको वोटिंग में मिलेंगे, इतने वोट्स मिलेंगे कि नहीं। वो अपनी तरह सबको भ्रष्ट समझ रहे हैं, पर ये भाजपा के पार्षद हैं, उन्हें एजेंट क्यों छोड़ने पड़ रहे हैं? दिल्ली मॉडल तो सबने देख लिया, अब नया करप्शन मॉडल भी सामने आ चुका है।
मोनिका जी, एक और बात, इससे पहले हम लोगों ने एमसीडी चुनाव से पहले कैश फॉर टिकट तमाम चीज़ें देखी आम आदमी पार्टी की, उसको लेकर के भी हम लोगों ने देखा किस तरह से उस वक्त जो आम आदमी पार्टी कंटेंडर्स थे वो एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो ऑफिस पहुंचे थे, और आज आप जो भाजपा का पूरा दल है, विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी, आप, प्रवीण शंकर कपूर, सब एसीबी के दफ्तर से बाहर आ रहे हैं इस वक्त। तो मैम, एसीबी से क्या आश्वासन दिया, जो आप लोग लेटर दिया एसीबी को, उसमें तमाम चीज़ें क्या कही कंप्लेन?
वो कंप्लेन में जो कुछ भी दी गई वो अभी आपके सामने भी आ जाएगा, मीडिया में दिया जाएगा। पर एक ही चीज़ मैं कहना चाह रही हूँ, जिस तरह से उन्होंने टिकट के बंटवारे में कैश का किया, आज वही जनप्रतिनिधियों को भी इस तरह से खरीदना चाहते हैं। ये भ्रष्ट पार्टी जो है पूरा भ्रष्टाचार का अड्डा बन गई है दिल्ली में, और इस तरह से अपने को नेशनल पार्टी बनाने की बात कर रहे थे, और आज सबसे करप्ट पार्टी जो है अगर कोई है नेशनल लेवल पे तो वो आम आदमी पार्टी और उसके मुखिया और उनके एजेंट्स हैं।
मोनिका जी, एक और बात, जो कॉल रिकॉर्डिंग में जो बात कही गई, एग्जैक्टली वो आपसे क्या कह रही थी? क्योंकि उसमें कोट किया गया कि अदर फंड की वो बात कर रही थी, एरिया फंड की बात कर रही थी, अदर फंड की बात कर रही थी। एरिया फंड और अदर फंड, ये क्या चीज़ है जो आपको देने की कोशिश?
अच्छे से समझते हैं कि एरिया फंड्स एंड अदर फंड्स क्या होते हैं, या हर तरह के प्रलोभन दिए गए, और ये सब लोग अच्छे से समझते हैं कि ये फंड्स की बात क्या हो रही है और आखिर क्यों उनको इस चीज़ों पे बात करनी पड़ रही है।
मोनिका जी, क्या शिखा गर्ग का नाम आपने पहले सुना है, या फिर आप जानती हैं कि क्योंकि आनंद विहार से आप आती हैं, बताया जा रहा है वो भी पिपरगंज की तरफ की निवासी हैं, क्या पहले नाम सुना है? क्या पहले भी उन्होंने और भी किसी काउंसलर को ट्राई किया है?
हम लोग सामाजिक लोग हैं, तो मिलना तो हमारा हो जाता है कभी किसी कार्यक्रम में, और आज मैंने ये बात बताई है, आपको धीरे धीरे और जगह से भी बातें आई।
केजरीवाल जी, ऐसी क्या विवशता है आपकी, ऐसी क्या फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, ऐसी क्या आपके मन में इच्छा है कि आप इतने डेस्परेशन में केजरीवाल के एजेंट और केजरीवाल का संदेश लेकर गली गली लोगों को घुमा रहे? हमें तो पता है कि कई लोगों से संपर्क किया जा रहा है, और वो सारे लोग जिनके साथ ये संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो इसी प्रकार से सबूत इकट्ठा करके केजरीवाल के एजेंट और केजरीवाल के संदेश को एक्सपोज करने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। ये तो आज केवल एक ट्रेलर है, अभी पिक्चर बाकी है। केजरीवाल जी, पूरी पिक्चर बन रही है आपके एजेंटों की भी और आपके संदेश की भी, जिस जिस जगह आप भेज रहे हैं। केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं, मेरे सूत्र तो बता रहे हैं कि कल कांग्रेस से भी ऐसा ऑपरेशन करने की कोशिश की गई है, हालांकि वो 2 पार्षद फिर से चले गए वापस कांग्रेस में। तो किस प्रकार की डेस्परेशन है, और इतना भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं, और इसमें भी भ्रष्टाचार।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ना सिर्फ इनकी पोल खोल रही है कि किस प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी के एजेंट्स, हम नाम ले रहे हैं, शिखा गर्ग किस प्रकार से हमारी पार्षदा को अप्रोच किया, प्रलोभन दिया, तरह तरह के, यहां तक कि उन्होंने बात बोली कि एरिया फंड भी देंगे और बाकी फंड भी देंगे, ये बातें भी करी। ना सिर्फ हमने मोनिका जी को आपके सामने बताया कि उन्होंने अपनी बात बीती बताई।
We are joined by NCW Chief Rekha Sharma. Ma'am, recently you moved to Supreme Court regarding the marriage of Muslim women that should be equal to the marriage age of the other communities. Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of this entire matter. Ma'am, how you moved to Supreme Court? What was the basic thought behind it, and what actually is happening in this entire case?
See, recently High Court gave a decision in a Muslim girl's marriage that it is legal, and the girl was 15-year-old. And that sparked the row, because I thought, why not we have checked it yet, because women's welfare or a girl's welfare can't be depending on a religion. If one religion is saying that a girl has to be 18 years before she gets married, why only Muslim women can get married? That it is not yet codified. If you know the Muslim personal law, it is not codified yet, because in that it says that a girl who has attained puberty can get married. So these days girls are getting puberty at 10. So will they be getting married? Are they ready to get married at age of 10? So that's how we moved to the Supreme Court, and I'm happy that Supreme Court has noticed it, and they have given notice to the government that why such laws are still prevalent. See, in Christian law, in Parsi law, even in Hindu law, everywhere the age of marriage is 18 and above. Why only Muslim women should suffer? Why not anybody thought about it till now? So this is high time when we are talking about uniform civil code. Why not the same privileges should be given to the women of all the religion?
Short break on Republic. We've accessed evidence of Pakistan's role in the grenade launcher attack that took place in Punjab's Taran. Investigation revealing that the shells that were fired were made in Pakistan. Second big attack in 7 months involving rocket launchers on the police in Punjab is the Bhagwant Mann government somewhere losing control.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he had invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it, and this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that this is a welcome step by India, and Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose...
Getting in some live pictures there of the new Himachal Chief Minister. He hasn't taken oath yet, but he's been chosen to be the next Chief Minister. His name is Sukhwinder Sukhu. and he will head the Congress campaign. He headed rather the Congress campaign committee. He will be the next Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. He's just been named. Meeting Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. The senior leaders of the Congress party, just a courtesy call there, meeting the former Chief Minister. It's been a closely contested battle in Himachal with the BJP and Congress both winning around the same amount of votes rather. Both got a similar kind of votes. BJP got 43%, the Congress got 43.9%. The Congress won the election with a better seat conversion rate, and they're forming the government. And a product of student politics, senior Congress leader, four-time MLA Sukhwinder Sukhu was a known detractor of Vadras Singh. He was a known detractor of Vadras Singh, and he's been made the Chief Minister. Will that open up a can of worms? Will that open up fissures in Himachal Pradesh? We'll have to wait and watch. Taking a short break. Stay tuned.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institutions. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he had invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it, and this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that this is a welcome step by India, and Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. There's been a terror attack in Punjab. 5 to 6 months back, there was an attack on a police intelligence unit, the intelligence headquarters. Back then it was Mohali. In Taran, Punjab, about 30 to 40 kilometers from the international border, there's been another rocket attack that's causing concern. It's a terror attack. Here are the headlines. Police station 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moment of blast is captured on CCTV. Republic accesses evidence of a direct Pakistan role as evidence shows shells were made in Pakistan.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में.
Second major attack in 7 months where police has been targeted. BJP and Akali Dal questions the Aam Aadmi Party Bhagwant Mann government. After drama for nearly 3 days, the Congress has picked Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Himachal Chief Minister despite the opposition by the Vadras family.
क्या डिसाइड हुआ सर्वविदित है, हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं.
Visibly upset but says will accept High Command decision as the Congress party sidelined Pratibha Singh and Vadras legacy. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillors, shares evidence, says will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau. Starting with the pictures that came in this morning of an RPG attack at a police station in Taran, Punjab. It's important because this location is just about 30 kilometers from the international border. And the attack comes about 7 months after the rocket attack in Mohali. Republic has this evening accessed CCTV footage of the moment of the blast in Taran. Video showing splinters at the blast site and a loud bang can also be heard. We've accessed pictures of the shells that were used, the rocket that was used to target the police. Markings visible on the shells that have been fired. Military-grade shells were used, in this case, the same as the ones that are used by the Pakistan Army as well. All evidence pointing at a Pakistan-Khalistan angle this evening. Here's a report that my colleague Gursimran sent from the site of the attack.
Yes, no doubt this is a threat. Right now we are in Punjab where the security has been beefed up. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that each and every vehicle that is crossing and is suspected is thoroughly being checked by the Punjab police. The troops have been deployed with the bulletproof jackets here to ensure that any nefarious plot of the enemy is foiled, and they are also keeping a track on each and every vehicle that is passing by. The mobile numbers, the vehicles are thoroughly being checked by the police so as to ensure that any untoward incident can be curtailed, because the kind of incident that has been reported in the Taran, this has now, the Punjab police has sounded an alert in the entire region, and each and every naka throughout the Punjab has been beefed up. See, the senior officials of the police are also here. Sir, पूरे पंजाब में अलर्ट कर दिया गया है?
हाँ जी पूरे पंजाब
तो सर किस तरह से आप चेकिंग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो तरन
चेकिंग कर रहे हैं,
प्रॉपर चेकिंग जो तरन में ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद अलर्ट किया?
हाँ जी अलर्ट।
तो क्या कहा गया है ऑफिशियल्स की तरफ से?
ऑफिशियल की हर गाड़ी को देखो और चेक करो, अच्छी तरह चेक करो।
तो सबकी डिटेल्स भी यहाँ लिखी जा रही हैं?
हाँ लिखी जा रही हैं, वो सामने लिखी जा रही है।
Okay, so this is the update coming from the ground zero where the Punjab police is on the alert. Each and every vehicle that is coming and going to from Punjab to and fro is thoroughly being checked. The details are being noted by the Punjab police. So the entire Punjab has been put on alert, keeping in view the threat that has been posed by the anti-national activities. The way the RPG attack has taken place on a police station in Taran and followed by the intelligence agencies' input, the entire area is on the alert. The jawans of the Punjab police have been deployed here along with the automatic weapons. The bulletproof jackets, they have been deployed here at the ground zero so as to ensure that each and every plot of the enemy is foiled.
ऐसी क्या विवशता है आपकी, ऐसी क्या फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, ऐसी क्या आपके मन में इच्छा है?
आपकी वर्तमान लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति भयानक रूप में पहुंच चुकी है। आज पंजाब को काले दौर की तरफ धकेला जा रहा है। बड़े दुख की बात है कि आज पंजाब को गैंगस्टर रूल कर रहे हैं, माफिया रूल कर रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री साहब पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म में, मुख्यमंत्री साहब जनता जवाब मांग रही है। लोगों के अंदर भय का वातावरण खड़ा हो गया। पहले पंजाब पुलिस के मुख्यालय पर हमला होता, आज तक कोई पकड़ा नहीं गया, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, किसी को दंड नहीं मिला। दिन दिहाड़े जिन लोगों के पास पुलिस सिक्योरिटी है उनकी हत्याएं हो रही। आज पुलिस के एक पुलिस स्टेशन के ऊपर गैंगस्टर रॉकेट से हमला कर रहे। किस स्थिति में आपने पंजाब को पहुंचा दिया? पंजाब भयानक दौर में पहुंचा है, जिसके लिए आम आदमी पार्टी की भगवंत मान की सरकार जिम्मेवार है। आज तक सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों ने सिख फॉर जस्टिस के इस बयान को खंडन नहीं किया कि पंजाब की सरकार सिख फॉर जस्टिस के वोट से आई है। पंजाब के अंदर रोज हथियार मिल रहे, हथियारों के जखीरे मिल रहे, पंजाब के अंदर रॉकेट लॉन्चर मिल रहे, लॉन्चिंग पैड्स मिल रहे हैं, हथियारों के जखीरे, आईडीज, ये सब बता रही हैं कि पंजाब को भयानक दौर की ओर धकेला जा रहा है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की ऐसी स्थिति के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म में व्यस्त हैं, अपने आका केजरीवाल के पास जाने में व्यस्त हैं और पंजाब की जनता त्रस्त है। इस त्रस्तता से पंजाब को निकालना होगा।
See, this is not unexpected. The way and manner in which Kejriwal had spoken to and made links with pro-Khalistan elements in Punjab and abroad, not only in this election, even 5 years ago, that was something very, very well known. In fact, I am surprised why the government of India had not taken this into cognizance or consideration. In fact, should have investigated his links with Khalistan elements much more seriously than perhaps they are doing. Anyway, nevertheless, these two attacks have been very, very dangerous. I mean, one happened just about 4-5 months back. It was almost just a month or two after the government took over, and this is also a very, very serious attack. It means that militant or terror forces, anti-Indian forces are arming themselves, are becoming more bold, and this kind of a resurgence of that movement can only come if they believe that they have a sympathetic government in the state. I would say that the CM, Arvind Kejriwal, and his people are, whether they would like to be called so or not, they are directly responsible for giving an encouragement to these kind of a separatist elements. I don't think it's in the capacity of the Punjab government to control this, because their political will is not there. The police will certainly have a will. If you give police clear directions, they will sort this out. But I don't think Kejriwal really wants to get it sorted out. I think he wants to use this to further his own political interests. So I would urge the government of India to take a far more serious view of this, send in their own people, assess the situation, and if the state government is not willing, then force it to act in a manner that befits the seriousness of this situation.
Exactly, sir. As you quoted, the Khalistan outfit was never taken seriously by Aam Aadmi Party government. Therefore, the entire AAP machinery is being questioned, and in fact, now there's been a high alert. But it has also been said that security threats were already there in Punjab. It is an intelligence failure, as intelligence already knew about these attacks, and this could have been avoided. But still, no cognizance was taken, no alert was made initially, and now Punjab has been put on high alert.
Look, obviously they will not take cognizance, because they know, see, once you start playing, as they say, once you play with fire, you are bound to burn your hands. It's like that. Kejriwal has been playing with fire in Punjab, and I think this sense of irresponsibleness in this party
मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर जी वर्तमान में तो भी मुख्यमंत्री है, इनके सुझाव, इनके अनुभव भी लेंगे और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण जो होगा और जहां इनके अच्छे सुझाव होंगे वो भी हम सरकार में सम्मिलित करेंगे।
सर, आप बधाई देंगे?
मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं, और आप जनता की सेवा में
अपने कार्यकाल में सफल हों, ऐसी मेरी कामना है। और सबका एक लक्ष्य है कि हिमाचल आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल के लोगों की हम सेवा कर सके, बेहतर ढंग से कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहाँ हिमाचल एक ऐसा प्रदेश है जो देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है और राजनीति यहाँ बहुत सिद्धांत और इसके साबित
जी। सुखू साहब, सबसे पहले सबसे बड़ा काम आपको क्या होगा और मुख्यमंत्री आप बन रहे हैं तो मंत्रिमंडल का क्या स्वरूप होगा, शपथ किस तरह से?
देखिए, अभी तो 2 लोगों को नाम अनाउंस किया और अभी इस बारे में कोई विस्तृत चर्चा हमारे इंचार्ज साहब से नहीं हुई है। और काफी दिनों से हम चुनावों से थके भी, थोड़ा आराम भी करना चाहेंगे और उसके बाद
सर आपस में कोई मतभेद की जो बात है?
देखिए, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, मतभेद कांग्रेस पार्टी में आएगी। ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों द्वारा क्रिएट किया गया था। हाँ, मैं नहीं के सामने इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा कि इनका दूल्हा कौन होगा और किसके नेतृत्व में
बहुत लंबा तलाश करना पड़ा, वक्त लग गया तलाश करना।
शुक्रिया। तो हमारे साथ नए मुख्यमंत्री और साथ ही हमारे साथ जो मुख्यमंत्री अभी भी है, क्योंकि कल के बाद उप मुख्यमंत्री होंगे जयराम ठाकुर जी। जयराम ठाकुर जी ने बधाई दी नए मुख्यमंत्री को। सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू बन गए हैं और कल वो औपचारिक रूप से शपथ ले लेंगे। आज उन्हें
In fact, that's our correspondent in Shimla speaking to Sukhwinder Sukhu. We'll try and play that once again. That's his first response after being named the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. We'll just try and play that out. And that same meeting, Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, in fact, he's known to be a detractor of party veteran Vadras Singh, who has been the dominant politician in Himachal Pradesh for over 5 decades until he passed away last year. And that's Sukhu meeting Jairam Thakur along with senior leaders including Rajiv Shukla who were all there, and meeting Jairam Thakur as a courtesy call, saying that they will work together for the development of Himachal Pradesh. Top stories now, and Congress has officially declared Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh after a meeting took place within the party. This comes amid high-voltage drama in Himachal Pradesh, where protesters took to the streets to protest against Congress over its attempt to overlook Pratibha Singh, wife of Vadras Singh, the late former Himachal Chief Minister.
और गांधी परिवार ने मुझ पर जो एक साधारण परिवार से उठकर राजनीति की जो सीढ़ियां मैंने चढ़ी है, उसमें गांधी परिवार का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इस योगदान के लिए मैं उनका व्यक्तिगत तौर से धन्यवाद करता हूं और हिमाचल की जनता का, जिन्होंने हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार लाई है। जो वादे हिमाचल की जनता से हमने किए हैं, उन वादों को अक्षरशः लागू करने का दायित्व और जवाबदेही मेरी है।
Officially declared that Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister. The next one, that is, the Himachal Congress Chief Pratibha Singh, also said that she will abide by the party's decision.
विदित है क्या डिसाइड हुआ, सर विदित है। हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
अच्छा, क्या आपको कैबिनेट में तरजीह दी जाएगी आपके कैंप को?
मैंने बोल दिया, हाई कमांड का फैसला हमें मान्य है और बधाई देते हैं हम। ठीक है, ओके,
चलो। Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is named as the Himachal Chief Minister. Mukesh Agnihotri will be the deputy. Congress observers confirmed after a meeting took place earlier this evening. Well, confirming the news of nominating Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as the Chief Minister, the top leaders of the Congress party have said that a cabinet expansion will take place later. The oath will be administered first. After Congress declared the campaign committee chairman for the assembly election Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu as Himachal Chief Minister, it is now been confirmed that the oath-taking ceremony will also take place likely tomorrow.
सुक्खू हमारे साथ है और हमारे साथ सीएम जयराम जयराम ठाकुर जी भी हैं। बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आपको, इतनी बड़ी चुनौती और जनता को क्या कहेंगे सर? आप 1 मिनट।
अब जो चुनौतियां ठाकुर साहब हमें छोड़कर गए, उन चुनौतियों का सामना हम लोगों ने करना है और हम माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर जी वर्तमान में तो भी मुख्यमंत्री है, इनके सुझाव, इनके अनुभव भी लेंगे और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण जो होगा और जहां इनके अच्छे सुझाव होंगे वो भी हम सरकार में सम्मिलित करेंगे।
सर आप बधाई देंगे?
मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं और आप जनता की सेवा में अपने कार्यकाल में सफल हों, ऐसी मेरी कामना है। और सबका एक लक्ष्य है कि हिमाचल आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल के लोगों की हम सेवा कर सके, बेहतर ढंग से कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहाँ हिमाचल एक ऐसा प्रदेश है देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है और राजनीति यहाँ बहुत सिद्धांत और इसके साथ हमने की।
सुक्खू साहब, सबसे पहले सबसे बड़ा काम आपको क्या होगा और मुख्यमंत्री आप बन रहे हैं तो मंत्रिमंडल का क्या स्वरूप होगा, शपथ किस तरह से?
देखिए, अभी तो 2 लोगों को नाम अनाउंस किया और अभी इस बारे में कोई विस्तृत चर्चा हमारे इंचार्ज साहब से नहीं हुई है। काफी दिनों से हम चुनावों से थके भी, थोड़ा आराम भी करना चाहेंगे और उसके बाद
सर आपस में कोई मतभेद की जो बात है?
देखिए, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, मतभेद कांग्रेस पार्टी में था ही, ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों द्वारा क्रिएट किया गया था। मैं नहीं के सामने इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा कि इनका दूल्हा कौन होगा और किसके नेतृत्व में
तलाश करना पड़ा, वक्त लग गया तलाश करना।
शुक्रिया। तो हमारे साथ हैं मनोनीत नए मुख्यमंत्री और साथ ही हमारे साथ जो मुख्यमंत्री अभी भी है, क्योंकि कल के बाद उप मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, जयराम ठाकुर जी। जयराम ठाकुर जी ने बधाई दी नए मुख्यमंत्री को। सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू बन गए हैं और कल वो औपचारिक रूप से शपथ ले लेंगे। आज उन्हें विधायक दल का नेता चुन लिया गया है कांग्रेस की तरफ से। चुनौती उनके सामने है, लेकिन देखा आपने, राजनीति इसी को कहते हैं, जब चुनाव प्रक्रिया चल रही थी तो दोनों एक दूसरे के खिलाफ, पार्टियों के खिलाफ बयान देते थे। लेकिन
अब जो चुनौतियां ठाकुर साहब हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, उन चुनौतियों का सामना हम लोगों ने करना है और हम माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर जी वर्तमान में तो भी मुख्यमंत्री है, इनके सुझाव, इनके अनुभव भी लेंगे और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण जो होगा और जहां इनके अच्छे सुझाव होंगे वो भी हम सरकार में सम्मिलित करेंगे।
सर आप बधाई देंगे?
मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं और आप जनता की सेवा में अपने कार्यकाल में सफल हों, ऐसी मेरी कामना है। और सबका एक लक्ष्य है कि हिमाचल आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल के लोगों की हम सेवा कर सके, बेहतर ढंग से कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहाँ हिमाचल एक ऐसा प्रदेश है जो देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है और राजनीति यहाँ बहुत सिद्धांत और इसके साथ होती है और हमने की भी है उस तरह से।
सबसे पहले सबसे बड़ा काम आपको क्या होगा और मुख्यमंत्री आप बन रहे हैं तो मंत्रिमंडल का क्या स्वरूप होगा, शपथ किस तरह से?
देखिए, अभी तो 2 लोगों को नाम अनाउंस हुए हैं और अभी इस बारे में कोई विस्तृत चर्चा हमारे इंचार्ज साहब से नहीं हुई है और काफी दिनों से हम चुनावों से थके भी, थोड़ा आराम भी करना चाहेंगे और उसके बाद इसमें पूरा
सर आपस में कोई मतभेद की जो बातें हैं उससे निपट लेंगे आप?
देखिए, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, मतभेद कांग्रेस पार्टी में था ही नहीं, ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों द्वारा क्रिएट किया गया था। हाँ, मैं नहीं के सामने इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा कि इनका दूल्हा कौन होगा और किसके नेतृत्व में चुनाव हो गया। नहीं, मुझे तो
तलाश करना पड़ा, वक्त लग गया तलाश करना।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो हमारे साथ हैं
Sukhu's first response speaking to Republic TV after meeting Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister. Taking a short break. When we come back, the other big political controversy around the BJP accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of poaching its councillors. They claim they have video evidence as well. They're going to the Anti-Corruption Bureau. That fight is getting bigger.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit move was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities, and in 17 countries.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said the situation on the front line of his forces' battles against Russia remain difficult in many areas. Zelensky added that he had discussed an upcoming Group of 7 summit during a phone call with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. As the Russia-Ukraine war continues, US announces military assistance worth $275 million for Ukraine. NASA's Orion capsule is on its way home from the moon to wrap up a 3-week test flight. The 3-week test flight has exceeded expectations so far. Orion blasted off on the 16th of November on the debut flight of NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the Space Launch System. Arab Gulf countries, strategic partners of Washington, are bolstering ties with China as a Gulf-China summit took place in Riyadh. Chinese President Xi Jinping visits Saudi Arabia. Nearly $30 billion worth of deals on the cards.
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party?
Getting in some breaking news now that Google's email service Gmail is down for several users. Both app and desktop version of Gmail is affected. That's a news break. That's an update that's come into our newsroom right now, trying to get in more details. Gmail is down for several users across the world is what we are hearing. Trying to get an official statement from Google on the servers being down, but the update being both the app and the desktop versions are reportedly down in different parts of the world. And a reminder that at 10:30 p.m. this evening, we have Checkmate with Major Gaurav Arya, focusing on the turmoil within Pakistan.
Recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval. He'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors. In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights. This is a broad designation. It's a series of broad designations that we've made that has impacted 65 individuals, more than 65 individuals and entities, and in 17 countries.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said the situation on the front line of his forces' battles against Russia. One man was killed after a massive fire ravaged a shopping mall in Moscow's northwestern outskirts on Friday.
Chennai cyclone Mandus had made a landfall around early in the morning today. A lot of damage has happened. 1 or 2 building had collapsed, poles and trees that is also uprooted and fallen down.
8-year-old boy Tanmay has now passed away. He was stuck at 400 feet deep borewell in the Manvi village of Madhya Pradesh.
Burning question.
Police station 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Republic exclusively accesses evidence of Pakistan role. Police claim the shells used in the attack were made in Pakistan.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में।
Second major attack in 7 months where the police has been targeted in Punjab. BJP Akali Dal questioning the Aam Aadmi Party government. After massive drama, the Congress chooses Sukhwinder Sukhu as the Himachal Chief Minister despite opposition by Vadras Singh's family.
विदित है क्या डिसाइड हुआ? सर विदित है, हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
Visibly upset but says will accept High Command decision as Congress sidelined Pratibha Singh and Vadras legacy. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillor, shares evidence, says will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau. Thank you for joining us on The Burning Question. I'm Niranjan. For the last 2 days, there has been intense drama in Himachal Pradesh. The Congress party won the election by a narrow margin. Now, in Himachal Pradesh, there are several factions and at least 4 to 5 chief ministerial contenders in the race. But eventually, the Congress party has chosen Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, who's a known critic of Vadras Singh. Now, Vadras Singh's family, which has been speaking to the media in the last few days, has been staking claim to that chair. Now, with the choice of Sukhu as the Chief Minister, does that end the debate in Himachal, or is it the beginning of what many are calling an internal revolt? Here's the story so far.
Close to 7 p.m., Congress made it official that Sukhwinder Sukhu has been named the next Chief Minister of Himachal. Mukesh Agnihotri will be the Deputy Chief Minister.
मैं एक आम परिवार से उठकर मैंने अपनी राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत की है और जब भी मैं जीवन के जिस काल में पहुंचा, मुझे एनएसयूआई का अध्यक्ष राजीव गांधी जी ने बनाया, युवा कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया और गांधी परिवार ने मुझ पर जो एक साधारण परिवार से उठकर राजनीति की जो सीढ़ियां मैंने चढ़ी है, उसमें गांधी परिवार का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा।
Pratibha Singh, wife of 6-time Himachal CM Vadras Singh, was seemingly sidelined by the party. Her demand to elevate her son was clearly overlooked.
हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
अच्छा, क्या आपको कैबिनेट में तरजीह दी जाएगी आपके कैंप को?
प्लीज वो डाल सकते हैं। मैंने बोल दिया हाई कमांड का फैसला हमें मान्य है।
On the face of it, Pratibha Singh, who is credited to have led the Congress to victory in the Hill State, is maintaining a united front. But Pratibha supporters have expressed their disappointment towards the top leaders of Congress.
हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस रानी प्रतिभा सिंह की अध्यक्षता में सत्ता में आई है, तो इतना वक्त क्यों लगाया जा रहा है? उनको तुरंत घोषित किया जाए मुख्यमंत्री और आने वाले 2024 के चुनावों में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं आएगी अगर यहाँ पर रानी प्रतिभा सिंह मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होगी।
With lot of crowd, if you can see the visuals, that huge supporters, after 48 hours, finally the announcement was made that Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is the Chief Minister and Mukesh Agnihotri is the Deputy Chief Minister. 2 announcements has been made by the Congress Party High Command.
So did the Congress ignore the ground sentiment with their decision? Is Vadras Congress staring at further rebellion in Himachal? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the debate this evening are Sardar R.P. Singh, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Vipin Papi, who is a senior journalist, Kapil Madan, advocate, political analyst, leans towards the Congress Party, Ravi Srivastava, political analyst, and Ashwini Sharma, senior journalist. Now, Sardar R.P. Singh, if the matter is settled, why is the BJP putting out tweets saying that Vadras' legacy has been insulted, etc., etc., right? Because the same BJP had also called him corrupt, if I'm not wrong, correct?
Well, the complete fight in Himachal was claiming Vadras Singh's legacy of the Congress Party. So if they don't want to carry on with the legacy, all the best to them. It's not for us to say whether they want to carry it or not. But yes, something like they have put a seed for something like what has happened in Rajasthan, or what's happening in Chhattisgarh also, or what exactly happened in the last days in Punjab also. So it's the Congress Party to decide. We can wish them all the best. Let them run the state as they can. They want to run it. But yes, the seed of dissent or the seed has been sown which will see fruit in coming days. I can't say more than this, but because today is a day where I can wish them all the best to run a state. They won the state, and I hope they will fulfill their promises which they have made.
Leaders of the BJP are tweeting about it. Let me get a word also from Kapil Madan. Now, Kapil Madan, it is also a fact, right, that the Congress Party used Vadras Singh's legacy to fight this election. You can't deny that. In fact, we've been reporting, we've seen it on posters, you've seen it, heard it in campaigns, right? And when his wife and his son have gone public making comments saying that, you know, you can't ignore the legacy factor and that somebody from his family should be the chief minister, etc., etc. Now, obviously, there's a snub.
Now, Niranjan, when any leader is working for the party, each individual's contribution is important. And if you look at it in contrast with the BJP, can Mr. Modi deny the contribution made by Mr. Lal Krishna Advani or maybe Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji? No, they can't deny the contribution made by them in building the party. Having said that, it is again, it is a collective decision of the party in consultation with the MLAs. A chief minister is decided, and of course, since this is only a one post, you have different aspirants. There is a competition, and there is a healthy competition which should be encouraged. Now, you want to project that there is a rift when there is none. I mean, in any given situation, whenever there is a contest, you have aspirant. Now, you have a party here, in contrast, that is BJP, wherein there is one person who gets selected, there is no election, there is no debate, there is no public, display of information, what was the basis of which, how they decide. We saw how Mr. Nadda was selected as a president, how he was re-selected as a president. Now, it shows what? It shows that, they don't have any internal democracy. It is happening at the whims and the fancies of, few individuals who are exercising control over the party. And now you want to, rant against the Congress without looking at your own house. And let me also tell you, while you were showing some display wherein some individual was saying something, let me remind a statement made by Smriti Irani ji. She declared that she will fast if Mr. Modi Mr. Modi doesn't resign. Now she is, praising, Mr. Modi, and she is one of the cabinet minister in Mr. Modi's government. So now the BJP does not have any ground. They have lost. The people have rejected them. And, that's the reality. That's the reality of it. And they should accept it.
Is it as simple as that?
Can I make a small point?
Okay, I'll give you a rebuttal and I'll get the others in.
Well, I'm shocked the friend who's supporting the Congress, he's contradicting himself. by quoting Smriti Irani one side and by saying that, oh, decisions are taken, Nadda ji was made the party president and then given extension without any election. Sir, we don't go in public. We don't make it public.
So it shows what? It shows what? It shows what? It's a farman. It's a farman.
Can I?
It's a dictate.
I never interrupted. Did I interrupt you? Please. I don't expect this from you. I mean, Mr. Srivastava do that. I mean, it's still admittable, but not you at least. So we understand. I mean, we have a policy.
Why you are naming me? I did not say anything yet. I have not opened my mouth even. Why
basically he just called you a heckler. He said, he just called you a heckler. No, he called you a heckler. Without calling you a heckler, he called you a heckler. He knew he was. Okay. Calm down. We have time. We'll have a decision. We have time. Okay. Yeah. RB, complete your point.
So issue is we have elections right from the mandal level, the block, so-called block level, to the district, to the state. Every level has an election. But yes, we don't go and trumpet in the public, or there is no mudslinging which has happened in the public. It happens. People file their nominations, people withdraw their nominations, consensus are built, that's how the party runs, and that's why we go and contest elections. And it's not that there are people who are angry, who are upset, who are dissident. I mean, it happened in Himachal, I'm accepting it. It happened in Himachal that we have dissident. So this is part of the political process. But yes, we can manage them better. We are able to manage them better than what Congress is able to do it right now. I told you about Rajasthan. I told you about Chhattisgarh, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, now Himachal.
Yeah, let me get Mr. Vipin on that point. I know Kapil, you want to respond, but let me get Mr. Vipin in. Isn't it true that you see the trait of the Congress party, or rather the unique crisis it faces? He made a point about Chhattisgarh. Perhaps Baghel was called there because he's had this similar experience in Chhattisgarh, right? And you have the same problem in Karnataka, where every single day there is a comment made by the two tallest leaders, both of them, aspirants for the chair. You have the same problem in Rajasthan, where there are two people fighting. And you look at most states, and you have the same problem in Punjab, where Captain Amrinder and Navjot Singh Sidhu issue was the headlines for the longest time. They were, thrashed in the polls, Mr. Pabi. It's true, right? But you see, do you think the matter is settled now, or do you think it's just brewing or beginning to brew?
Well, Niranjan, I had known this family, Mr. Veerbhadra Singh and his wife, for more than 30 years, and all I know is for sure that Pratibha Singh was never very political savvy. Yes, she had filled in the spot left vacant by Veerbhadra Singh, who was the tallest leader in the state, a couple of times, and she's an MP, but she was never into active politics. She was never seen in party affairs or in the office, or she was never a minister and all that. And she was never active even in party political affairs. That said, I must see it, and what you are saying is correct, that Veerbhadra Singh had been used.
We can hear you. I think his link just froze there. Okay, you can respond to him.
Can I?
Ravi, yeah, okay, Ravi, come in. Yeah, okay, Ravi, come in.
Yeah. See, first of all, I think we are talking about 48 hours, and there have been instances where the chief ministers were decided even after 48 days. I think the Congress has done wonderfully well, and they have quickly decided their chief minister candidate as such. Now, my point here is that what is wrong in it? I mean, it's a democratic party where everybody can open his mouth, everybody can express his opinion. It's not a Modi Shah writ running, in the whole party where nobody can open the mouth. So either DK Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah are talking something, or Pilot and Gehlot are working together with Rahul Gandhi. What is wrong in it? I mean, this is wonderful. And as far as the Veerbhadra Singh name is concerned, I think every party uses the name of his or her leader who has done a lot for the party. So it is not a fighting election on somebody's name. And had somebody finalized a chief minister for Pratibha Singh's son, so you would have only debating on that this is another Parivarvad. A family has been blessed with that. So either way, if you have decided democratically, then it is also Veerbhadra Singh's legacy has been denied, or otherwise Parivarvad has been denied. So this is not the way. I think Congress has taken a very quick decision, very fast, and they are definitely defeated BJP. I would say a debacle by 15 seats margin, and their president Shri Nadda, the tallest man in BJP, he lost it. That abusive minister Anurag Thakur, all 5 seats in his constituency have gone to Congress. And this is the situation. They should rather do an introspection instead poking their nose into Congress affairs.
Yeah, I agree on one point that you said, because if it were to be Pratibha or maybe her son Vikramaditya, they would have said it's dynasty, right? They would have said that. RP, you would have said that. I mean, you have to accept it. You would have said it, right? Let me get in Ashwini Sharma and his view on it. Mr. Sharma, what do you think is going on? And do you think it ends here? Or do you see a repeat of what BJP faced now with the Congress?
You know, in Himachal, when Prem Kumar Dumar lost the elections in 2017, there was a generational change in the party, in the BJP. And I think the Congress is right now looking at the generational change. You know, the 2 persons who have been named as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, they belong to a younger generations. And Veerbhadra Singh's legacy is in fact larger than his family. Veerbhadra Singh's legacy is much larger in the state. Everybody remembers Veerbhadra Singh, his works, his contribution for the state. Mr. Vipin Pabbi is here, who has worked in Himachal. He knows that. So the family claiming that we are the only legitimate persons to carry forward the legacy is something need to be seen in the wider perspective. So I think right now the Congress party has taken a very quick decision, keeping in view yesterday's developments in the state, and they did not delay the election of the leadership. And Veerbhadra Singh's son, Vikramaditya Singh, who is two-time MLA now, he will be in the government. That I have learned. His mother tried that at the later stage that he should be made Deputy Chief Minister, but Mukesh Agnihotre mentioned that I am senior even to the Sukhwinder Sukhu. So there was a balancing act for the caste, because Mukesh is a Brahmin and Sukhu is a Rajput leader. So the Congress did its mathematics very well, and they selected the 2 persons. It's a good choice.
Yeah, let me get Kapil Madar and RP on this again. So you know, RP, why are your party leaders already talking about it, right? I mean, today's a day when you should be congratulating, and you did congratulate, but some in your party are tweeting about it. Are you anticipating trouble? Are you expecting trouble?
Well, there's the track record of Congress, not me who's anticipating trouble. There's a track record of Congress in each state. So we wish them all the best. We hope they can keep the flock together. There should be no dissident within the party, and then that should happen. But tomorrow, someone wants to walk out, or someone is upset with what has happened today, but then they should come and blame us for that.
Will you? Okay, let me ask you a question. Will you admit Pratibha Singh and Vikramaditya? They may never join you, but I'm just saying, if they tomorrow want to join the BJP, will you open your doors to them?
Well, how can I answer something which is just not here today on the plate?
Just asking, because I'm a party spokesperson.
Niranjan, I will need 30 seconds.
I can answer the question which is not on the plate today. When times come, we'll answer this, or we'll see to it what has been done. But I'm saying we wish them all the best. I'm saying that I wish them all the best, and I'm hopeful that they made all promises and they will fulfill all their promises. And then, since they are in comfortable majority, they have done their government for 5 years.
Are you sure?
I will just say.
Are you sure? Are you sure? No, let me ask him. You respond to him, Kapil. You respond to him. I want to ask him a question. I'm just trying to needle him a little bit. Are you sure it'll run for 5 years?
No. See, I mean, in politics, nothing you can predict even 2 hours. I'm going to talk about 5 years, but we are wishing them all the best because they have numbers today. But hopefully there is things go on well, and then Madam Pratibha Singh, and then his son Vikramaditya stays good and happy and in good humor with the party.
Well, there's a reason I asked you that question. I mean, you can't encourage horse trading, you can't encourage all of this, but given the track record of how quickly governments change, even when there's a majority, Kapil Madan is also smiling. Let me get him in. Yes, Kapil, yes.
So Niranjan, interestingly, you made my point. In fact, Mr. Singh was mentioning about the track record, but if you see the track record of the BJP, it is known to, topple the government. I mean, brazenly, undemocratically. We saw in Karnataka, we saw in Madhya Pradesh. And perhaps, the witty smile which Mr. Singh and, the fact that he is not answering your question shows the idea, they are always ready to, undemocratically launch their, so-called Operation Lotus, which is a blot on the democracy.
How are you so sure? I mean, are you saying that you've never done that? Are you saying you've never done that? Let's not go back into history. Then,
Maharashtra.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Vipin wants to come in, but yeah, RP. Okay, RP, make your point. I'll get Mr. Vipin in.
No, very small. I'm just adding Bihar and Maharashtra to the list. That's all.
Yeah, what just happened in Bihar? Huh, Kapil? Okay, Vipin. Mr. Vipin.
Yeah, I lost the connection.
Yes, please go ahead. No, let Mr. Vipin come. Kapil, he hasn't spoken. He lost the line. Mr. Vipin Papi lost the line. Mr. Vipin Papi lost the line. Let him speak.
Just give me 1 minute or so.
Yes, please,
just
go ahead.
Explain that we were discussing about that. Yes, it was Veerbhadra Singh was there on the posters and everywhere. That is one of the reasons is that they did not have a clear-cut leader. So there was no chief ministerial face. And Veerbhadra Singh has been 6 times chief minister, and he was very well known in the state, and so they brought in. But the most important point is that is not the only reason why Congress has come back to power in Himachal. There are several other important factors like old pension scheme, like Agniveer scheme, like several other, that women could be given 1,500 rupees per month or something. There were several factors. So Veerbhadra Singh family cannot stake the claim on the basis that it was basically, Veerbhadra Singh's name that they have come back to power. Yes, they have an important place in this polity, and I would like to just add that they are not that his wife is not such a political heavyweight or son that they could, dislodge the government or they could rattle the government. I don't think that they are in that kind of a position. Of course, they have been protesting, their supporters have been protesting, but they are not in that kind of a frame or support system that the majority of MLAs or even a substantial section of MLAs might go with them. So I don't think there is an immediate kind of a threat to the government.
Yeah, I think, okay, Ravi Srivastava, yes.
No, I think you asked a very, very valid question that the BJP does that horse trading and a record of straight 9 states where they toppled the government by buying the MLAs, and the latest being the Telangana where 100 crore rupees was being offered to buy the 4 MLAs.
No, that's being investigated. Mr. Srivastava, that's being investigated. That's being investigated.
I think here it is a question of 10 MLAs only of switching the side, and they can always form a government, because they are in the habit of doing it undemocratically, and they have been doing it. It is known to the whole nation now. So that horse trading is nothing new for
hold BJP. Your guns, Mr. Srivastava, please. If you have some evidence, please bring them with evidence. Today only we have filed a complaint against your favorite party for poaching our corporator in ACB with records and with details, with videos and everything.
That you can do. There is no problem. The party will handle it. You can always file a complaint, but that is what is known in the public domain. I have only mentioned that.
We know who was poaching. Yes, sir, Mr. Kejriwal was poaching our corporator, and she has filed a formal complaint with all details, with telephone records, with video records in the police. Unlike Mr. Sisodia or Mr. Mahan,
you have filed so many complaints. And then what happened to Satendra Jain's video? What happened to Manish Sisodia's excise story now? He is not in the CBI list even. And then I have not seen any video for last 10 days of the Tihar jail massage. Have you any new one? Are you going to show any new one? Or any new one with the excise policy? Can you show? Or it was all election propaganda for maligning the Aam Aadmi Party, where the Delhi people have given you a lesson for the lifetime.
Okay, let
Thank
him
you,
answer
Mr.
and then
Srivastava.
we will go back to Himachal. We've gone to Delhi now. It's not required. Why? It's not
Give me a
talking about
second.
Delhi. It's not required.
We are
But
just 15 shots. We are just 15 shot in Delhi, and also just wait. Tomorrow the CBI are going to question Kavita from TRS, and then wait. I mean, it's not the final charge sheet. Let police inquire into it. The CBI inquire into it. Once the complete inquiry happens, then we'll talk about this. And I'll come to your channel and discuss that time.
No, but you know, there's a unique problem. I'm drawing the debate back to Himachal Pradesh for a minute, please, because we're talking about Himachal Pradesh. And just looking at some of the comments that were made. One comment, for example, Mr. Sharma, there is one comment that I'm picking up from what Sukhwinder Sukhu, who is going to be the Chief Minister, had said in the course of his campaign. He had said, and I quote, that there is no legacy leadership. He said a new leadership has emerged, something that Mr. Vipin also said. He said there is no legacy leadership. New leadership has replaced legacy leadership. And he's known to be a Veerbhadra Singh beta, right? Now that makes matters a little more complicated than what it seems to be, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah. You know, what Pratibha Singh has been arguing for last 2 days was that any person except Sukhu is acceptable to her. So they had some other names beside. There were 3 contenders: Pratibha Singh herself, and she is a sitting MP, and Mukesh Agnihotri, who was leader of the opposition. And Mukesh Agnihotri has been telling us that during all 5 years, he has been raising all these issues who became the factors in the elections. So he has a right to be taken as Chief Minister. And Pratibha Singh has been saying that she has the right as person from the Veerbhadra Singh's family, you know. And Sukhwinder Sukhu says that he has his own background as a Congress worker. He started with the NSUI, then Youth Congress President for a long year, and State Congress President. And he has also worked in the organization for a very long time. And he has a very humble background. He was telling me that he sold milk for his funding his studies, you know. So all these factors, the Pratibha Singh wanted somebody else, not Sukhu, and she was even agreeable to Mukesh Agnihotri to some extent. But somehow, I think when the Congress party went back to their bosses, I think naturally the Gandhi family, so they preferred Sukhwinder Sukhu. And Mukesh Agnihotri was taken because he also had a claim for the Chief Ministership. He was offered Deputy Chief Minister, though the picture you are presenting right now is the scene there is not very pleasant. You can see from the pictures. So let's hope that the government works and delivers on the promises.
Now, they say that politics is all about optics. I mean, just for a second, Kapil and everyone, you know, just for a second, think if it was any other state, right? And imagine in any other BJP ruled state, that the BJP had fought the election under, let's say, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's name, but somebody else was made the Chief Minister, right? And you had somebody from Shivraj Singh, right? You know, just look at her face. I mean, 3 hours before this happened, there were people who were raising slogans against the Congress leadership right outside where the meeting was taking place, right? And you saw it on her face. It's all about optics. She's obviously not happy. Let me get the last thoughts and I'll end the debate. Kapil.
So Niranjan, you know, you made a point here that, you know, if someone was, heading the PCC, then, you know, there is a problem. Now, let me just give you another example. When Mr. Modi contested 2014 election, who was the party president of the BJP?
No, but he was that's a flawed argument because he was always pitched as the leader.
Why it is a flawed argument?
He was the face of the BJP campaign. What are you saying?
When you are leading,
he was the face of the BJP
party in a state.
Kapil, flawed argument because he was the face of the 2014 elections. He was chosen as the face of the BJP campaign in 2014.
But then again, he was not the party president. He was not heading the party.
But he also fought the elections on Veerbhadra. Veerbhadra was on your posters.
Now, Niranjan, it is an admitted fact that when Mr. Modi was announced as a prime ministerial candidate, he was not the party president. He was not in charge of the party affairs. And the same thing happened in 2019.
No, it's a flawed argument.
Still, you made Mr. Modi the prime minister.
It's a flawed argument. Flawed argument.
Are you trying to say when Mr. Modi was announced as a prime minister in 2014,
I get your point.
No disagreement within the BJP.
I get your point.
It's a flawed argument.
Okay, it's a flawed argument because he was always pitched as the prime ministerial face. So, that's a flawed argument. Ravi Srivastava wanted to come in. I'll end with Ravi Srivastava. Yes, Ravi Srivastava.
See, I think this we are trying to create a turmoil where there is none. The fact is that we have seen the optics that Mrs. Pratibha Singh has very much accepted Sukhu as a chief minister, and she said it's a party decision and I'll abide by it. So I think there is no frictions at all. It's all settled over there in Himachal, and we should see that a stable government works for 5 years, which is a history in Himachal. Governments last full time there and they change every 5 years. So this is a good thing, and let the Congress continue with that.
Let's see. Wishing all the very best to the Congress party, right? But we can't assure you there won't be an attempt made by either side. Taking a short break. Before I'm going straight to the debate. Thank you very much to all our panelists on this debate. And this morning at about 1 a.m. there was a terror attack in Punjab. Something very similar that happened about 7 months back at Mohali. Once again, the police has been targeted. A rocket was used to target a police station. And once again, there's a Pakistani imprint to it. Take a look.
Saturday 11:12 p.m. at Sarhali police station in Punjab's border district of Taran, a rocket-propelled grenade was fired. This video captures the moment of blast, showing splinters.
military gate hardware हैगा जड़ा across the border trans-border की संभावना हो सकती है ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਇੰਡੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਗਵੰਡੀ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ to bleed India by 1,000 cuts.
The Pakistani imprint on the attack is clear. These military-grade shells with Pak inscription reveal Pakistan's role in attack.
They are linked to the gangster Satta, who has been a close associate of the Pakistani Khalistani terrorist Harvinder Rinda, and he was actively supporting Rinda to carry out act of terror.
The laxity on the part of Punjab police is also under question.
There was already an alert that was issued by the Punjab police. Now that alert copy, this was the copy of the poster that was pasted here, which clearly mentioned that there are regular inputs that terrorists will try to carry out the attack on the police station, and all need to be on the alert. There need to be a special deployment of the Santri, but there was nothing that was done, and now the poster also has been removed after we played this news that there was an alert, there was a poster, there was an intelligence input that was issued, but that was not paid heed to. There was no deployment of the Santri. Only one CCTV was deployed.
This is the second RPG attack in 7 months in the border state of Punjab. With Pakistan trying to stoke fire in Punjab using Khalistani elements, it's time to crush anti-India elements. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the debate, number 2, Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP, Shashikant, former DGP of Punjab Police, will be joining us in just a few seconds. Mashinder Singh Grewal of the Shiromani Akali Dal also will be joining us in a few seconds, and Ravi Srivastava. Now, Ravi Srivastava, it is the same kind of an attack in Punjab. We saw what happened in Mohali. The fact is, and we've been reporting on what's been happening in Punjab. Recently, there was a report on Amritpal. You remember that report about Amritpal? A free run for pro-Khalistani elements, some of whom take shelter in Pakistan. I think it's the same story being repeated in Punjab. Ravi Srivastava.
Niranjan, I think that Khalistan's supporting forces are raising their head once again. But then again, I will tell that this is not a law and order issue in the Punjab state. Taran is 30 kilometers from the border. Every day via drones, some drugs are falling there, the ammunition is falling there. This is all going on. I think it's a gross failure on the part of the center who should hold, the border is controlled by the BSF. They should in fact be telling the Punjab government that there are risks, there are dangers, and this is second attack has happened after that first one on the Mohali. And this rocket launcher has been propelled and hit the police station. But I think Bhagwant Mann government is very vigilant and they are trying to see to it. But as far as the Khalistan is concerned, I think the supporters are sitting right in the BJP. This is my claim.
No, one second.
I have seen people sitting with the Balwant Singh Rajwana when the Patiala episode happened and he got bail. They were sitting with him. We have got a member parliament, Mr. Simranjit Singh Mann, who is a sympathizer for the Khalistan Commando Force. So who else? This is a rot is within. The government has to see within themselves and see to it that who sympathizers are.
RP, now I have questions for you, Ravi Srivastava, but let RP respond. RP Singh.
First, I am shocked at the basic knowledge of Mr. Ravi Srivastava. BSF doesn't man the police stations in Punjab, and Mohali is not 35 kilometers from Punjab border. Mohali should be around 200 kilometers away from border, where the first attack happened, similar attack happened, and it was a network of Khalistan, ISA and gangsters put together. And then I'm showing you a picture of the Speaker of the Punjab Assembly with known Khalistani, branded Khalistani in Canada. He just recently visited Canada. And he was felicitated by the Khalistani there. I have that picture also, where the Khalistani is felicitating the Speaker of the Punjab, my apologies here, of the Punjab Assembly. So this clearly shows, it's a payback time happening in Punjab.
You want me to show you the picture of Manjeet Singh Sirsa with Balwant Singh Rajwana? You want me to show the picture?
Please go ahead.
You want me to show the picture?
Please.
You want me to show the picture of Guru Patwant Singh?
Please go ahead. I'm
holding
holding my debate. Please go ahead and show the picture. Please, I'll appreciate. Do little homework and show the picture. One. Secondly,
RP Singh, I don't carry the mobile pictures. You can visit the social media and you can find as many pictures you want. Just write the name in the Google and you'll get it. I don't
Okay,
know the
can we please come back? Can we come back to the subject? It's a very no, it's a very, very disturbing. Please, can we please come back? Let me go to Shashikant ji. Shashikant ji, see.
Please give me
RP, fine. Quickly, I want to go to Mr. Shashikant as well.
The concern is not the only the propelled rocket grenade. There's more happening. More than 350 people have been killed in last few months after the Aam Aadmi Party came in government. There have been target killing. The moral of police at the lowest. The same police.
Those gangsters were nurtured by your government, sir. Nurtured by the SAD, BJP and the Congress. They nurtured 70 gangs in Punjab. They were doing a drug mafia, there was a sand mafia, there was a bus mafia, all kind of mafia was there.
There's no way to debate. I never interrupted him.
No, okay. It's a very serious issue. Let's not heckle each other.
I'll walk out of the debate.
Okay, RP, make your point. Please, can we have a decent debate, please? No, please. This is not required. No,
I'm telling you a fact.
There's been a terror attack. Can we please be a little serious? RP Singh, please, let's not speak over each other. We have enough time. Yes.
I never spoke. I never spoke over him.
I know that. I'm requesting all of you. I'm requesting all of you to not speak over each other. Please, thank you. RP.
So I was telling us that there have been the moral of the police has gone down to this extent. Recently, there was an attack on one of the Suris, one of the Hindu leaders, and there were 9 policemen who vanished from the scene. It was the associate of the Mr. Suri who shot back at the terrorist. So this is how the moral of the police is. This is the same police who fought with terrorism, who nailed down terrorism. And then today, what's happening to the police? Because there is some sort of compromise being made by the state government with such elements. That's the reason. That's why police is not taking action. And it's not only Suri. There have been 2 kabaddi players who've been targeted. Then there was a singer, Musewala, who was targeted. And then there was another gentleman who was the one of the accused in the BHP Khan. So concern and problem is that Mr. Maan and his other associates are more busy campaigning Himachal or fixing up MCD mayor. Who today Mr. Maan was in Delhi fixing up MCD mayor, then focusing on Punjab. But he is supposed to be in Punjab, but he came yesterday here late night and then went in the afternoon fixing up who was supposed to be the next mayor in Delhi.
Yeah, let me 1 minute, Ravi. Before you respond, I want to bring in. Now, I want to bring in Mr. Shashikant. Now, he's been a former DGP at the Punjab Police. Mr. Shashikant, whatever has happened today, in your view, how serious is this attack, given what's happened a few months back, similar to this?
No doubt it's serious if we talk of law and order situation, and there's Khalistani elements trying to raise their hand from across the border. Number one. Whatever happened, you know what happened in May when there was an attack on the Punjab Intel building in Mohali. And after that, a grenade launcher was recovered, and now it is at Sarhali. Sarhali, which happens to be the village, the area where Rinda belongs, one of the known terrorists. I don't know whether he's alive or not because there have been contradictory reports. And again, Lakhbir, Landa, he also belongs to the same area. He belongs to Harike, which is in the same district. So basically these guys, I think, are trying to regroup, not directly, but through their sleeper cells. I say this thing because look, rocket propellers are a deadly military-grade weapon, and they have the capacity even to destroy a tank. And these guys who attacked the Punjab intelligence building, and today this at Sarhali police station, they misfired. That means that they are just sleeper elements who would got these directions from their akas, from their bosses, from across the border. And in Punjab, unfortunate thing is, earlier it used to be drug smugglers, a section of politicians, and a section of policemen, their nexus. As on date, the nexus has increased onto terrorists, drug smugglers, and gangsters. The situation indeed is serious, and I think that instead of fighting with each other and leveling accusations at each other, it's about time to ponder over it and to ensure that the situation, with the help of the central intelligence agencies, is brought under control. And again, last point, the gentleman who was talking about Suri, reaction time in any police force has to be from 3 to 5 seconds. What happened in Suri's case, and police was just standing there. They were shocked. They were turned into statues or something. Some other person, Suri's supporter, took out the weapon. Situation indeed is serious, and I think that the Punjab police needs to be led from the front, not from the rear. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask you one more question, Mr. Shashikant? There's a follow-up to that. We did a report recently of this character called Amritpal Singh. Now, he's a pro-Khalistan supporter. Now, he and his group are walking around Punjab with guns, with rifles, etc., right? And they have a free run in Punjab. Now, it is a very, very serious issue, one that concerns law and order. And there is a feeling that pro-Khalistani elements are getting a free run. What is your sense and what is your analysis of this threat?
Look, I had joined service here in Punjab in mid-70s, and I knew how Bhindranwale's clout had grown up. The other day, there was a Punjabi journalist called Neil Palender. He had interviewed this guy you're talking about of his dera or where he was staying. Yes, I found that it was a kind of deja vu. I found that it's the same kind of situation, same kind of scenario that we used to see earlier, whether it was a Moga or other places when Bhindranwale used to move around. Yes, I'll admit to that, and I'll agree with you that yes, situation is serious, and pro-Khalistani elements are raising hand not only abroad, but even in certain pockets of Punjab. Thank you.
Yeah, you heard that, Ravi Srivastava. That's a former DGP who served in Punjab. That's exactly what I'm saying. It is a serious issue, and there is a sense that there is no political will maybe to act on these characters like Amritpal Singh, who's a known pro-Khalistan supporter. There's a long interview that he gave on Republic TV. You saw that interview. I think you were on the debate, if I'm not wrong.
Niranjan, first of all, I perfectly agree with the DG's submission, whatever he has said. And he has rightly said it, that the problem at Punjab, whether it is Khalistan, whether it is cross-border terrorism, whether it is internal Khalistan forces who have raising their head, I said it in the beginning itself, it's a job of the center. The central agencies have to be more vigilant. The central agencies have to guide hand-holding of the state government, keep a tab on the elements who are doing. Somebody sitting in Tihar planning a murder of Mr. Moosewala, or somebody doing all kind of mischief. Goldie Brar sitting in Canada and making all kind of arrangements in India to kill people. Some Lawrence Bishnoi sitting in Rajasthan jail doing these things. Do you think a chief minister of a state can coordinate all these things? This is job of the central agencies. The central agencies who should coordinate, who should monitor, who should do a hand-holding with the state government and see to it that the heads which are raised of these Khalistan people are, stopped and curbed.
Can I ask you a question, Ravi Srivastava, before I go across to RP? Now, you spoke about the Chief Minister and the Chief Minister's, scope of work, etc., right? Okay, Mr. Maheshwar, before I come across to you, let me get a word from Mr. Maheshwar Grewal as well of the Shivani Akali Dal. He's joining us late, so I'd like to go to him first up. Mr. Grewal, we have the former DGP here who also, outlined the importance of acting on pro-Khalistan elements like Amrit Pal, etc. Now, there is a serious problem of law and order. The fact that these people are out there and there's a sense that the government there is going soft on them. Now, you've had how many murders? You had the Moosewala. I'm just talking in terms of what is seen on TV, what is reported, right? You've had the Sidhu Moosewala murder. And then you've had the murder of Sudhir Suri, the Shiv Sena leader. You've had the attack in Mohali, right? In May, you've had this attack. Now, it doesn't make a good headline. And then you have the Chief Minister, Mr. Grewal, my last point. You have the Chief Minister a few days back in Gujarat, just when elections are happening, saying, we've arrested Goldie Brar, or rather Goldie Brar is detained, it's a big victory, we are going after them. But then yesterday he says, after Goldie Brar says he's not even in the US and that the arrest never happened, he says it's a confidential issue. There is a sense that law and order, security being dealt with, perhaps with not the kind of seriousness they should be dealing it with.
I tell you, the reality is neither there is a law nor there is a order. Punjab police was exceptionally a wonderful force up to few years back. Now the situation is that they are not sure about their political bosses, that how much they will support them if they take action. So now thing is, they are just not in that spirit what they used to be. Now you see that when Suri was murdered, about more than 10 people in uniform were standing near that. Have you seen their reaction? Not taking any action. Then you see that Dera Premi man was with a guard, no dare to the aggressors. Then this man who was shot dead in Nakodar last evening, he was with gunman, his gunman is also dead. And then Kabaddi player was killed open in the ground of Kabaddi when hundreds of people are watching the Kabaddi match. The problem is this, that now it is for the center to take stock of that. See, they are, for political reasons, are silent observers. They are not taking any action. They must activate their forces. Otherwise, I have apprehension that Punjab will maybe seeing other dark periods, what we have seen in last 20 years. So, government in Punjab is not serious about law and order, nor they have a capability to administer. So, it's a sad story for the Punjab. You know, today in one print media in English paper, it is on record that 50 people in Ludhiana has received calls from the gangsters asking for money. Yeah. This is the people who have reported it. We don't know how many have not even reported it. So it's really sad.
Yeah, it is a very, very telling sort of a headline That's what I started the question. I started my question saying that, the kind of incidents that are being reported are being seen on TV. Yeah, RP, last point, RP 30 seconds and I'll get Ravi Srivastava to end it. RP 30 seconds.
Very small point. Today I heard Mr. Maan saying that हमारे यहाँ से ड्रोन जाते हैं पाकिस्तान में सामान लेकर आते हैं. He is the chief minister of the state. He is saying that drone fly from our part of the country, our part of the Punjab, goes to Pakistan, fetch weapons and drugs and come back.
Did he say that?
On record, I'll send you the video.
What does he mean? I mean, it's not like some Amazon parcel or some Zomato's food delivery that is being...
Shocking is that, where is the state intelligence?
Was it a slip of tongue? Was it a slip of tongue? We'll have to look at that. Was it a slip of tongue? I'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at that.
No, give me a second. I can't name the channel because they are the competitor here. But otherwise, he was on one of the shows, one of those shows of the channel for which he has come, leaving the problem in Punjab. He was here for that show, and in that show, very coolly and calmly said, हमारे यहाँ से ड्रोन जाते हैं, वहाँ से सामान लेकर वापस आ जाते हैं.
Well, if he has said that, then that's a big comment. Okay, Ravi Srivastava, 30 seconds. I'm ending the debate. Yeah.
I don't believe it, what he said it, in what context he has said it, and in what context RP Singh is trying to, present it. My issue here is that Punjab has been gripped with this problem for last so many decades. And what are we doing? On 6th of June, we do a Gallu Ghara in Swarna Mandir. What is that? Whose honor that is done? Who are the people who organized that? So it was all being inculcated by the...
We have never seen
I don't think...
parade being taken out in Amritsar openly.
I don't think it's as innocent an issue. I'll end it with this one point. RP, Mr. Shashikant and also Mr. Grewal, I'll end with this one point that I don't think the Aam Aadmi Party government is as innocent as it's making it out to be. Because Deep Sidhu, if I'm not wrong, do you remember Deep Sidhu? We all know who Deep Sidhu was and his role in the farmer protest. And who's Amritpal Singh? He's getting a free run. And unless the government shows some will to act against these kind of elements, I don't think this issue is going to be sorted anytime soon. We are tracking the story. Thank you very much for joining us on this debate, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institution. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they'd come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal.
Burning question.
तो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे और जब से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार आई है बड़े स्तर के ऊपर बहुत बड़े बड़े गैंगस्टर्स पकड़े गए हैं ये पंजाब के अंदर, और बहुत बड़े बड़े जो पुरानी पार्टियों के संरक्षण में लोग काम कर रहे थे वो सब पकड़े गए हैं, तो इसके खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails, which will remain. But the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters to kickbacks in Guatemala.
The announcement is a sweeping action against corrupt actors and those connected to human rights abuses and violations worldwide. These actions impose consequences on actors across the globe who engage in corruption and violate or abuse human rights.
Police station 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border targeted by terrorists. Moment of blast caught on CCTV. Republic accesses pictures and evidence of Pakistan role. Investigation revealing that the rockets and the launchers used may have been made and used in Pakistan first.
सुपर सीएम है पंजाब के वो केजरीवाल जी, और जिस प्रकार से उनका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में इंटरफेरेंस रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पंजाब पुलिस को अपनी काम करने से वो रोकते हैं, इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है पंजाब में।
Second major attack in 7 months where the police have been targeted. BJP Akali Dal take on the Mann government over security. After massive drama, Congress chooses Sukhwinder Sukhu as Himachal CM despite the opposition by Vadras family.
सर्वविदित है क्या डिसाइड हुआ, सर्वविदित है। हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
Visibly upset but says will accept High Command decision as Congress sideline Pratibha Singh and Vadras legacy. BJP accuses Aam Aadmi Party of poaching councillor, shares evidence, says will approach Anti-Corruption Bureau. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. The biggest headline today is that there's been another terror attack in Punjab, very similar to what we saw in May this year in Mohali. Very similar also how the attack took place and who the attackers possibly could be. It was a rocket attack, the rocket and the launcher used by the Pakistani army, and there is a clear Pakistan hand that's emerging in this attack. It's the second similar attack in about 6 to 7 months in Punjab. Here's the story as it happened.
Saturday 11:12 p.m. at Sarhali police station in Punjab's border district of Taran, a rocket-propelled grenade was fired. This video captures the moment of blast, showing splinters.
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਗੇਟ ਹਾਰਡ ਦੇ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਦਾ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਸੰਭਾਵਨਾ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਇੰਡੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਗਵੰਡੀ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਟੂ ਬਲੀਡ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਾਈ 1000 cuts.
The Pakistani imprint on the attack is clear. These military-grade shells with Pak inscription reveal Pakistan's role in attack.
They are linked to the gangster Satta, who has been a close associate of the Pakistani Khalistani terrorist Harvinder Rinda, and he was actively supporting Rinda to carry out act of terror.
The laxity on the part of Punjab police is also under question.
There was already an alert that was issued by the Punjab police. Now that alert copy, this was the copy of the poster that was pasted here, which clearly mentioned that there are regular inputs that terrorists will try to carry out the attack on the police station, and all need to be on the alert. There need to be a special deployment of the Santri, but there was nothing that was done, and now the poster also has been removed after we played this news that there was an alert, there was a poster, there was an intelligence input that was issued, but that was not paid heed to. There was no deployment of the Santri. Only one CCTV was deployed.
This is the second RPG attack in 7 months in the border state of Punjab. With Pakistan trying to stoke fire in Punjab using Khalistani elements, it's time to crush anti-India elements. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Second RPG blast in 7 months has shocked the entire law and order machinery in the state of Punjab. The security has been beefed up, but the question remains that why it was allowed to, as the intelligence agencies had already warned of similar kind of attack, though the security has been beefed up now. But the Punjab police officials are yet to find out who was behind this. Right now we are in Punjab, where the security has been beefed up, and the security forces, the Punjab police, is keeping a strict vigil on each and every vehicle that is passing by. The special operations group of the Punjab police too has been deployed on the nakas that have been established so as to ensure that each and every nefarious plot of the Pakistan is foiled. But this second RPG attack that has happened in the Salhari police station that falls in the district of Taran has rattled that system, that how intelligence letter that was issued earlier by the Punjab police on the behalf of the central agencies inputs. That was taken lightly by the Punjab police. That has led to this, as there was no CCTV camera and no deployment of the Santri. But now these Jawans, these Special Operation Group Jawans of the Punjab police, they are deployed with the latest double weapon arms with them. See how they have been equipped with double magazines they have installed now on their weapons, so as to thwart any attempt of the enemy to push into the Indian side or to carry out any act of terror. Right now the name of gangster Satta is emerging, who is at present in the Europe and is working on the behest of Harvinder Rinda, and also the Sikh for Justice designated terror group has claimed the responsibility. The security agencies, be it the NIA, IB, RAW and the Punjab government, they all are looking into this angle, that how things are moving, and a thorough search is also being carried out in all the areas of the Punjab, so as to ensure that all the antisocial elements can be tackled at an earliest, as we have seen these number of terror incidents increasing in the state of Punjab. And with this, now the Punjab police is eyeing to get a major breakthrough in this case. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Top headlines from the attack in Punjab. A rocket-propelled grenade was fired at the Sarhali police station around 1 a.m. this morning. The police station is situated about 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan international border. Second such attack in Punjab in the last 7 months, where the police has been targeted with a rocket launcher. Earlier, an RPG was fired at the Punjab Police's intelligence headquarters in Mohali on the 9th of May. Police station targeted about 30 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border was targeted by terrorists. The moment of this attack has been captured on CCTV footage. From Punjab Police to the Indian Army, multiple agencies have swung into action to investigate the attack. NIA teams also visited the site collecting evidence. The attack on the police station is suspected to be carried out by Pakistan-backed terror groups and Khalistan groups under the patronage of the ISI in Pakistan. The Khalistani group Sikhs for Justice has also claimed responsibility. Experts analyzing the situation said that less damage had been reported, indicating that the rocket partly exploded. Otherwise, the damage could have been much higher. Punjab has been placed on high alert after the Taran attack, as all vehicles are being checked. Security has increased near the border areas. Punjab police on high alert. BJP lashed out at Bhagwant Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, saying that no measures have been taken even after several reports of attacks taking place in the last few months.
This kind of patronage is being given to all these elements by the Aam Aadmi Party government, because in reality Bhagwant Manji is not the real Chief Minister of Punjab. He is only the Chief Minister in name. The real power, the super CM of Punjab is Mr. Kejriwal, who misuses the Punjab police for his own political vendetta, and therefore the law and order situation in Punjab is completely collapsing and deteriorating, and we see these kinds of incidents.
The Congress party also The Congress also questioned the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, saying that the government was answerable and that the Mann government, the Bhagwant Mann government that is, has been soft on Khalistani forces.
Militant or terror forces, anti-Indian forces are arming themselves, are becoming more bold, and this kind of a resurgence of that movement can only come if they believe that they have a sympathetic government in the state. I would say that the CM, Arvind Kejriwal, and his people are, whether they would like to be called so or not, they are directly responsible for giving an encouragement to these kind of a separatist elements. I don't think it's in the capacity of the Punjab government to control this, because their political will is not there. The police will certainly have a will. If you give police clear directions, they will sort this out.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal condemned the rocket-propelled grenade attack on the police station in Punjab's Taran, saying that those responsible would be caught soon.
कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जब से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार आई है, बड़े स्तर के ऊपर बहुत बड़े बड़े गैंगस्टर्स पकड़े गए हैं ये पंजाब के अंदर, और बहुत बड़े बड़े जो पुरानी पार्टियों के संरक्षण में लोग काम कर रहे थे वो सब पकड़े गए हैं। तो इसके खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
केजरीवाल जी, ऐसी क्या विवशता है आपकी, ऐसी क्या फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, ऐसी क्या आपके मन में इच्छा है कि आप इतने डेस्परेशन में केजरीवाल के एजेंट और केजरीवाल का संदेश लेकर गली गली लोगों को घुमा रहे? हमें तो पता है कि कई लोगों से संपर्क किया जा रहा है और वो सारे लोग जिनके साथ ये संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो इसी प्रकार से सबूत इकट्ठा करके केजरीवाल के एजेंट और केजरीवाल के संदेश को एक्सपोज करने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। ये तो आज केवल एक ट्रेलर है, अभी पिक्चर बाकी है। केजरीवाल जी, पूरी पिक्चर बन रही है आपके एजेंटों की भी और आपके संदेश की भी, जिस जिस जगह आप भेज रहे हैं। केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं, मेरे सूत्र तो बता रहे हैं कि कल कांग्रेस से भी ऐसा ऑपरेशन करने की कोशिश की गई है। हालांकि वो 2 पार्षद फिर से चले गए वापस कांग्रेस में।
Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has been chosen as the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh despite the opposition by the family of the late former Chief Minister Vadras Singh. Protests were seen earlier today outside the venues where the Congress party made this decision.
Close to 7 p.m., Congress made it official that Sukhwinder Sukhu has been named the next Chief Minister of Himachal. Mukesh Agnihotre will be the Deputy Chief Minister.
मैं एक आम परिवार से उठकर मैंने अपनी राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत की है और जब भी मैं जीवन के जिस काल में पहुंचा, मुझे एनएसयूआई का अध्यक्ष राजीव गांधी जी ने बनाया, युवा कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया, प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष मुझे सोनिया गांधी जी ने बनाया और गांधी परिवार ने मुझ पर जो एक साधारण परिवार से उठकर राजनीति की जो सीढ़ियां मैंने चढ़ी है, उसमें गांधी परिवार का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा।
Pratibha Singh, wife of 6-time Himachal CM Vadras Singh, was seemingly sidelined by the party. Her demand to elevate her son was clearly overlooked.
हम हाई कमांड का जो फैसला है उसको मानते हैं।
अच्छा, क्या आपको कैबिनेट में तरजीह दी जाएगी आपके कैंप को?
मैंने बोल दिया, हाई कमांड का फैसला हमें मान्य है।
On the face of it, Pratibha Singh, who is credited to have led the Congress to victory in the hill state, is maintaining a united front. But Pratibha supporters have expressed their disappointment towards the top leaders of Congress.
हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस रानी प्रतिभा सिंह की अध्यक्षता में सत्ता में आई है, तो इतना वक्त क्यों लगाया जा रहा है? उनको तुरंत घोषित किया जाए मुख्यमंत्री, और आने वाले 2024 के चुनावों में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं आएगी अगर यहाँ पर रानी प्रतिभा सिंह मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होगी।
With lot of crowd, if you can see the visuals, that huge supporters, after 48 hours, finally the announcement was made that Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu is the Chief Minister and Mukesh Agnihotre is the Deputy Chief Minister. 2 announcements has been made by the Congress Party High Command.
So did the Congress ignore the ground sentiment with their decision? Is Vadras Congress staring at further rebellion in Himachal? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
अब जो चुनौतियां ठाकुर साहब हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, उन चुनौतियों का सामना हम लोगों ने करना है और हम माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर जी, वर्तमान में तो भी मुख्यमंत्री हैं, इनके सुझाव, इनके अनुभव भी लेंगे और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण जो होगा और जहां इनके अच्छे सुझाव होंगे वो भी हम सरकार में सम्मिलित करेंगे।
सर, आप बधाई देंगे?
मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं और आप जनता की सेवा में
अपने कार्यकाल में सफल हों, ऐसी मेरी कामना है। और सबका एक लक्ष्य है कि हिमाचल आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल के लोगों की हम सेवा कर सके, बेहतर ढंग से कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहाँ हिमाचल एक ऐसा प्रदेश है जो देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है और राजनीति यहाँ बहुत सिद्धांत और इसके साथ होती है और हमने की भी है उस तरह से।
सबसे पहले सबसे बड़ा काम आपको क्या होगा और मुख्यमंत्री आप बन रहे हैं तो मंत्रिमंडल का क्या स्वरूप होगा, शपथ किस तरह से?
देखिए, अभी तो 2 लोगों को नाम अनाउंस हुए हैं और अभी इस बारे में कोई विस्तृत चर्चा हमारे इंचार्ज साहब से नहीं हुई है और काफी दिनों से हम चुनावों से थके भी, थोड़ा आराम भी करना चाहेंगे और उसके बाद इस पर पूरा
आपस में कोई मतभेद की जो बातें हैं उससे निपट लेंगे आप?
देखिए, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, मतभेद कांग्रेस पार्टी में था ही नहीं, ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों द्वारा क्रिएट किया गया था। हाँ, मैं नहीं के सामने इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा कि इनका दूल्हा कौन होगा और किसके नेतृत्व में चुनाव हो गया। मुझे तो तलाश करना पड़ा।
Swearing in ceremony of Sukhwinder Sukhu's tomorrow, that's Sunday. Meanwhile, Supreme Court has issued a notice to the centre seeking a response to the petition for uniform age of women for women irrespective of their religion. The NCW has specifically mentioned in the petition that except the Muslim Law Board, the minimum age of marriage is uniform everywhere. The NCW chief spoke to Republic TV.
We are joined by NCW Chief Rekha Sharma. Ma'am, recently you moved to Supreme Court regarding the marriage of Muslim women that should be equal to the marriage age of the other communities. Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of this entire matter. Ma'am, how you moved to Supreme Court? What was the basic thought behind it, and what actually is happening in this entire case?
See, recently High Court gave a decision in a Muslim girl's marriage that it is legal, and the girl was 15-year-old. And that sparked the row because I thought, why not we have checked it yet? Because women's welfare or a girl's welfare can't be depending on a religion. If one religion is saying that a girl has to be 18 years before she gets married, why only Muslim women can get married? That it is not yet codified. If you know the Muslim personal law, it is not codified yet, because in that it says that a girl who has attained puberty can get married. So these days girls are getting puberty at 10. So will they be getting married? Are they ready to get married at age of 10? So that's how we moved to the Supreme Court, and I'm happy that Supreme Court has noticed it, and they have given notice to the government that why such laws are still prevalent. See, in Christian law, in Parsi law, even in Hindu law, everywhere the age of marriage is 18 and above. Why only Muslim women should suffer? Why not anybody thought about it till now? So this is high time when we are talking about uniform civil code. Why not the same privileges should be given to the women of all the religion?
Getting you more on Ishan Kishan's fastest 200 in an ODI. One innings, and he becomes only the 4th Indian to do that.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he had invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.
Honolulu police officers shot and killed a man who refused to come out of a Waikiki hotel room and had fired several rounds, forcing the evacuation of about 90 tourists and international students. The United States is imposing sanctions on a broad array of people and companies around the world for corruption and human rights abuses, from illegal fishing operations in Chinese waters.
Welcome back. Opener Ishan Kishan made history in the third ODI against Bangladesh when he became the first batsman to convert his maiden ODI turn into a double 100 and also the fourth Indian batsman to hit a double century in ODI internationals. He's the fourth Indian to get that score, but he's the fastest to get to it.
24-year-old Indian batter Ishan Kishan creates history. Kishan scored the fastest double century in one-day format in the third-day match against Bangladesh. The fiery left-hand opener took only 126 balls to breach the 200-run mark.
I think it's mostly about the good factor also, because we have been playing matches, but when you come to the senior side, the first 2 games I was not playing, so the main team was practicing very well, but we need to wait for our time. But at this level, I think we can't ask for more. Whenever we get an opportunity, we try to make most of it. And coming early, it's just that you feel good that you are in shape, you are in that rhythm, you are in that zone, and it actually helped me.
हम शुरू से ही मैच देख रहे थे और अच्छा लगा जब स्टेबल हो गया, उसके बाद उसने हिटिंग करना शुरू किया, तो दैट इज गुड. गोल यही है बस कि इंडिया के लिए कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म करे, अपना बेस्ट दे और मैचेस में जिताए भारत को. जब भी मौका मिले उसको अपना वो बेस्ट दे और अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन से इंडिया को, मतलब इंडिया की जीत में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे.
He slammed 9 sixes and 24 boundaries to score 210 runs out of 131 balls. Soon after, the world record celebrations began at home in Patna. This record was earlier held by the West Indian legend Chris Gayle, who took 138 deliveries to score 200. With a magnificent double century, Ishan Kishan joins the double century Indian batters along with Sachin Tendulkar, Virendra Sehwag and Rohit Sharma. He also became the first batsman to convert his maiden century into a double century. Cricket enthusiasts have lauded the left-hander. Former Indian opener Virendra Sehwag took to Twitter, and I quote, "That's the way to do it. Brilliant from Ishan Kishan. This is the approach that will do Team India a world of good." Star Indian all-rounder Hardik Pandya also congratulated Ishan Kishan. He tweeted, "Well done, well deserved." The young Ishan Kishan was picked for the final ODIs against Bangladesh after skipper Rohit Sharma received an injury. After this fiery double century, will he be able to secure his place in the first 11? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
One man was killed after a massive fire ravaged a shopping mall in Moscow's northwestern outskirts on Friday.
Chennai. Cyclone Mandus had made a landfall around early in the morning today. A lot of damage has happened. 1 or 2 building had collapsed. Poles and trees that is also uprooted and fallen down.
8-year-old boy Tanmay has now passed away. He was stuck at 400 feet deep borewell in Manvi village of Madhya Pradesh.
Is this democracy? Where is the democracy in Telangana? And if KCR is not able to uphold democracy even in Telangana, what right has he got to float a national party? One for one, KCR has looted Telangana. He has made Telangana a debt-ridden state, and now he is out to loot our country also. Today, the scam of India is the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR himself is involved, in which more than almost 100 lakh crores came from central financial institutions. We have the High Court's permission to do this Padayatra. The High Court of Telangana itself has granted us permission to do this Padayatra, and in spite of that, KCR is denying us the right to do this Padayatra. So that's why I'm sitting here on an indefinite fast, not even having water, demanding that I be allowed to do my Padayatra, and also demanding that this curfew be lifted and my people be released from the jails.
In the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. And Taliban says that it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors.
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails, which will
In the very recently concluded Islamabad Conclave 2022, Joint Chief of Staff Committee, the former General, now retired, Zubair Hayat, made a few statements about India, about Pakistan, and why the two countries could not get along together, why Pakistan was seen as in a state of permanent conflict with India. And very interestingly, these are the points that he had to say. Hi, I'm Major Gaurav Arya and you're watching Checkmate. So friends, General Zubair Hayat, now retired, he said that India has never actually accepted the existence of Pakistan. And he made this claim publicly in front of people, and this has been done many times in the past. I've had common Pakistanis, journalists and businessmen coming up to me, speaking on the phone and saying that, Major Sahab, you have never accepted Pakistan. India has never accepted Pakistan. India never accepted partition. Now, while partition is not something that we, remember very fondly, because many people died and, a part of our country was, taken away from us But the fact of the matter is, of course, India has accepted Pakistan. Of course, India has accepted Pakistan because, you know, we have a High Commission in Pakistan, and Pakistan has a High Commission here in New Delhi in Chanakyapuri. There was a time when Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former and now late deceased Atal Bihari Vajpayee, went to Minar-e-Pakistan as an offering of peace. And what he got back from Pakistan was Kargil. And when Vajpayee Sahab left Minar-e-Pakistan, it was the Jamaat-e-Islami who washed the Minar-e-Pakistan with rose water, saying that a kafir had come here, an infidel had come to the Minar-e-Pakistan and must be cleansed. This was done when Parvez Musharraf was Chief of Army Staff and when Kargil was being planned and executed by the Pakistani armed forces. Lal Krishna Advani ji went all the way to Pakistan. I mean, we've had gestures from India. All the while, we've had embassies, we've had exchanges. They've come and acted in Bollywood films. They've come and sung here. They've come and played here in the IPL. We've had trade with Pakistan in the past. Of course, Pakistan has now stopped all trade with India. And but we've always accepted Pakistan as a reality. But you know, this is something that Pakistan has told its own people, because the generals in Pakistan need to live a certain lifestyle. The generals in Pakistan need to live in a certain manner. They need to live in palatial bungalows. They need to have their kids studying abroad in Ivy League colleges. They need to have properties in Dubai and London. They need to have large farmhouses in Pakistan. And you can't get that on a mere salary. So you have to tell the people of Pakistan that you're in danger. You have to tell the people of Pakistan there is existential danger. India will gobble you up. India wants Akhand Bharat, and India says that unless the entire nation of Pakistan is again taken back, we will not rest in peace. And this is something that everybody in Pakistan believes. You speak to their generals, their ambassadors, this is what they believe, that India will attack. India will somehow gobble up Pakistan. Now, I want to show you a few things here on screen. Look at this book. You know, Raiders in Kashmir. Raiders in Kashmir is a book written by Major General Akbar Khan, formerly of the Pakistan Army, now deceased. And he admits that it is the Pakistani Army that came into Kashmir in 47 and 48. He says in this book that we attacked Kashmir. Now look at this book. Friends, not masters, Ayub Khan, claiming very proudly that it was we who attacked India in 1965. You've all heard about Operation Changiz Khan, how the Pakistani Air Force attacked India on the day/night intervening 2nd and 3rd of December, which triggered the 1971 conflict. Now what about this book, In the Line of Fire by Parvez Musharraf, in which he proudly claims that yes, it was he who attacked the Indian Army in Kargil. It is he who actually went inside and stayed one night across the line of control with his boys. This is proof. These are not Indians. These are Pakistani generals, and two of them former presidents and martial law administrators. At the peak of their powers in Pakistan, people who control the destiny of that benighted nation of 220 million souls. These were the people who led Pakistan forward. They made a national security state because the generals needed to have money, and they instilled hatred in the people. And this is what you get. You have to keep telling the people that India means harm. India will gobble you up. India does not recognize your existence. And this has again happened in 2022, 75 years after India became independent and 75 years after Pakistan came into existence. Another news is that in the recently concluded meeting, which was hosted by the Indian NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, he'd invited NSAs from 5 Central Asian countries, and they had come to New Delhi to attend. Taliban has welcomed it. And this has led to a lot of heartburn in Pakistan. But the fact of the matter is that Taliban says that, this is a welcome step by India. Taliban is talking about connectivity, especially regional connectivity. And Taliban says it wants to assure the world that its land will not be used for terror activities against the neighbors. This is something that Taliban has been very, very firm on. And initially, Taliban had also spoken about, how wants trade, how it wants connectivity inside India, so India and Afghanistan can trade, etc. This is what is happening around the world. This is happening when the NSA, the Indian NSA, called his counterparts from Central Asian republics, and this is what they decided, and this is what they said, that we must help Afghanistan. We must ensure there is peace and stability and there is zero terrorism inside Afghanistan, because it endangers this entire part of the world. Afghanistan is not alone, and this is something welcomed by the Taliban, but not by the Pakistanis. In a recent case, this whole thing about Imran Khan selling his watch, I'm sure you know about the Tosha Khana case, and I mean, things can't seem to be getting any better for Imran Khan. Every day there are surprises and things come out of the woodwork. Recently, there was this voice recording between Bushra Bibi, who is Imran Khan's wife, also known as Pinky Pirni, and one of Imran Khan's very close friends called Zulfi Bukhari. And listen to this recording, please.
हेलो
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी।
जी वालेकुम अस्सलाम, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं ठीक हूँ मुर्शिद, आप कैसी हैं?
अल्लाह के शुक्र, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। खान साहब की कुछ घड़ियां हैं, उन्होंने कहा है कि आपको बेच दें, आप आपको भेज दूं, वो आपके उनको बेच वगैरह दें, क्योंकि वो उनकी यूज की नहीं है, तो वो चाहते हैं वो आप कहीं कर दें।
जरूर मुर्शिद, मैं कर दूंगा।
So seen in this recording how Zulfi Bukhari talks to Bushra Bibi, and Bushra Bibi is talking to Zulfi Bukhari saying that you sell the watch now. You see, there's nothing wrong in selling the watch. If that is the watch that they're talking about, there's nothing wrong. And except for the fact that the person whom they claim to have sold it to has come out in the open with an affidavit, no less, saying that I never bought or sold any watch. People are blaming me. They've misused my shop's letterhead. They've misused my stamp. They've misused my signatures. Everything is fake. Everything is a forgery. I've had nothing to do with this. And the British newspaper Daily Mail, in 2019, in the month of July, I think, they had written an article. We're talking about how things can't get any worse. Or maybe when you think that things can't get any worse for Imran Khan, things do get worse. Daily Mail, a very prestigious British newspaper, had published an article in 2019, I think it was the month of July, when they said that Shehbaz Sharif, then in the opposition, had actually embezzled funds, British taxpayer money, meant for Pakistan. And they stuck by their story, and this Daily Mail article was used as a hook by the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf in belittling Shehbaz Sharif and saying that, Shehbaz Sharif is the root of all evil. It is the Sharif brothers who have taken enormous amounts of wealth outside the country. And this Daily Mail article, which is actually a foreign publication as far as Pakistanis are concerned, was held up as if it was a piece of holy paper or some sacrament or something like that. And the Daily Mail says, and they also said that, the Daily Mail would never make a statement unless they had thoroughly investigated all the issues against Shehbaz Sharif. And after a very detailed investigation, this is what the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf said, that after a very, very detailed investigation, what has actually come to light is that Shehbaz Sharif has actually embezzled funds meant for the poor of Pakistan, something like 50 odd million pounds. Very recently, the Daily Mail apologized to Shehbaz Sharif and they said that we are sorry, we were wrong. Our correspondent, the writer of the article, was wrong. You have not taken any money, because Shehbaz Sharif actually went ahead and filed a case against Daily Mail. And he said that you are slandering my reputation and I will have none of it. And I want an apology and I want a withdrawal of the article. So the Daily Mail, under pressure, apologized. They took down the article. But now Imran Khan has nothing to say. Imran Khan has nothing to say actually, because Shehbaz Sharif has been proven innocent. Now, people from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf are going all across town using social media and saying that no, Shehbaz Sharif has actually exercised influence on a British newspaper. Till yesterday, there was no better newspaper than the Daily Times. Today, the Daily Times has become victim to Pakistani politics. Another news from Pakistan is that Imran Khan, in a public rally, you remember, on 26th of November, in a public rally, he had said, in Rawalpindi no less, that he will ensure, Imran Khan said that he will ensure that both, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Punjab assemblies are dissolved. He would simply dissolve both the assemblies, and that would force the federal government, of which Shehbaz Sharif is the head, the PDM actually forced them to declare elections, and there would be elections, and let people choose Imran Khan as their next Prime Minister. The problem is that Imran Khan has developed cold feet. Chaudhry Parvez Elahi of the CAF League and a very, very close friend of Imran Khan, actually he went ahead and said to Imran Khan that even if I dissolve the assemblies today, elections will take a while. Elections are going to take a while. And there is no point in dissolving the assemblies. And he had also hinted to Imran Khan some time back that, Khan Sahab, if I'm not the Chief Minister of Punjab, the Pakistani army will use the other person, the incumbent, to file cases against you and you will be in prison. And there were lots of things which are happening. Anyway, Chaudhry Parvez Elahi said he will not resign, he will not dissolve the Punjab Assembly. But I fail to understand why Imran Khan, I can understand Punjab Assembly not being dissolved because CAF League is not the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. They're partners. But what about the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa? Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is ruled by Imran Khan's own party and has been ruled by Imran Khan's party for several years. I'm sure Imran Khan can dissolve the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Assembly, but he's not doing that. And there are two reasons why he's facing such a pushback, both from KP and from Punjab. Because the fact of the matter is that all the legislators, all those politicians have spent, people in Pakistan say, I'm not sure of these figures, but what people in Pakistan say is that every person has spent around 20 to 25 crores. That is Pakistani rupees. 20 to 25 crore Pakistani rupees in fighting these elections. They have spent huge amount of resources. They have begged, they have borrowed, they have stolen, and they have somehow managed to pump in money in these elections and have won those elections. And when Imran Khan says, because of an ill thought through plan or whatever passes for a plan for Imran Khan, he says resign from these assemblies, obviously there is going to be huge pushback. Because the fact of the matter is that Imran Khan has taken a U-turn on each and every single thing that he's ever mentioned. He said it all started with that cipher. You remember Imran Khan waving that cipher in the Jalsa saying that there is an American conspiracy and there is somebody called Donald Who and he wants to overthrow my regime and he has overthrown my regime, etc. Now, Imran Khan has taken a U-turn. Imran Khan says that I want to forget about the foreign conspiracy. No conspiracy. Let's have good relations with America. Even in case of Qamar Javed Bajwa. Now General Bajwa is retired. What is Imran Khan to do about it? Nothing. Thirdly, Asim Munir, the new Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir, is somebody that Imran Khan threw out when he was DG ISI. Now Asim Munir does not like Imran Khan. Imran Khan is failing at each and every single turn. And the death knell of Imran Khan's politics was sounded when at one point in time, Imran Khan could not get an FIR registered in that assassination attempt. And Chaudhry Parvez Elahi, his closest ally, who by the way Imran Khan had called a dacoit a few years back, Imran Khan had said that in Pakistan there is no bigger dacoit than Chaudhry Parvez Elahi. That Parvez Elahi has become Imran Khan's best friend, Chief Minister of Punjab, and in spite of Chaudhry Parvez Elahi being the Chief Minister of Punjab, Imran Khan could not get an FIR registered for the assassination attempt on himself. Now this is where Pakistani politics is going. They've blamed India for funding terror. All lies, absolute Pakistani propaganda. They've said that the Indians funded through their embassies, through their high commissions in Afghanistan, they were controlling the TTP. Now, India has been gone for more than a year. India has been gone from Afghanistan for more than a year. And yet, India is blamed for things that are Pakistan's own doing. Pakistan created the Taliban. Pakistan created the Taliban. And how can you trust an armed group who says that its sole motivation in life is jihad? Wouldn't there be splinter groups? There are splinter groups in political parties. There are splinter groups everywhere. People who disagree move away from the mother body and start their own movement.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
A quick look at some international news now. Peru's first female president, Dina Boluarte, appeared in a military ceremony on national television in her first official event as head of state. King Charles III met with Hollywood royalty Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham Football Club, along with fellow actor Rob McElhenney. The royal visit was made after Wrexham in Wales was awarded city status. Sources confirm that 3 people lost their lives in a house fire in the southeastern Wisconsin city of Watertown. The incident is under investigation by the state fire marshal. Britain announces easing of banking rules brought in after the 2008 global financial crisis. Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has said the changes, which follow Britain's departure from the EU, will allow UK banks to compete with other financial centres.
We have learnt the lessons of that crash. We put in place some very important guardrails which will remain, but the banks have become much healthier financially since 2008. We put in place a process so that financial issues can be resolved, which we didn't have before. But on that basis, we also want to make sure they can compete with other financial centres, whether it's the United States or Asia.